shots from the player, and the arms are outstretched.
good evening and welcome to week 2 of E-League presented by Nivea Men. I'm so excited to get it started, mostly because I have a new face on the couch, familiar for anyone who has watched the E-League before. But Mitch, joining me here, how excited are you to be kicking off the 2024 season?
Yes, very excited. It's good to be back. Set looks the same. A couple of, Nate, familiar face.
That's
obviously
right.
Marcus, know him quite well as well. So, yeah, it's really good to be back.
Yeah, Marcus is joining us again. You had a fantastic week last week, and you're back again joining us.
Thank you. Yeah, it's great to be back. I'm looking forward to these games. Lots of really good games this week. And I say that maybe every week. It's going to be kind of pattern.
Yeah, he's going to say that every week.
But this is a really good week in terms of the games. So I'm looking forward to us kind of breaking those down.
Yeah, I mean, it is, only 5 weeks. We'll get into it a little bit more because I want to say, Nate, oh my gosh, I always love a familiar face here. But, I mean, this season so far, even though it's only been 1 week, now we're jumping into week number 2. It's feeling good.
Yeah, standards are high across the board. What did you give Marcus already? An excellent for week 1?
I did.
The good thing is that I think social media is well aligned. So bring on. Looking forward to see what the competitors and Marcus have here for week 2.
Yeah, I also feel like you've dressed differently this time around, Marcus. You were like quite, dapper last week, and then he's gone for a kit this week.
I mean, first week I had to look the part, but United, they won a big game recently. Shout out to my United fans. So I just had to rep. And Justin's not here, so someone's got to wear some kids.
True.
Mitch wore one as well, but next week we'll be back to, regular attire.
Duality. You got to show everyone that you're here for all trades of it. But let's start talking about this season because it is week 2 for us. And our format this season has changed up quite a fair bit. So we've split up our 24 challenges into 2 divisions. We've got our E-League challenges. They have 12 players over there. And then what we're going to be covering here tonight is our E-League 12 players here, 1 from each cup. And as you can see, the top 8 qualify directly to playoffs, whereas the bottom 4 will be going on to the gauntlet. That'll be going up against the top 4 from E-League challenges. And that gauntlet, you don't know who's going to be coming out on the other side. You don't know what's going to take place in those games, but it's all ultimately going to lead into the playoffs, which is going to be a massive one when we do eventually get that, Marcus.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to start shaping up in terms of the gauntlet for the bottom 4, but also for the top 4 of the challenges we'll get to later, where you're going to see maybe a top 2 kind of locked in, and then you're going to see a real battle to not make the gauntlet in terms of the E-League. And the challenges, obviously, you want to try and get in there. So it's going to be really interesting because you just don't really want to be stuck there if you're, in the big leagues.
I mean, no one obviously wants to be in the bottom, but it's very funny. You talk about this gauntlet. If you're in E-League challenges, everyone really wants to be in the gauntlet. And then if you're in E-League, no one wants to be in the gauntlet. So 2 very different perspectives. But ultimately, it is going to lead to our playoffs, Mitch, and the prize pool that comes along with it. We're going to pull it up here because it's been a nice split of prize money throughout, and I mean the champion getting $4,000 for himself.
Yeah, obviously a 10 grand prize pool, which is always very nice to take home some money at the end of the day. But as you can see, $4,000 for the champion, $2,000 for the runner-up, all the way down to $200 for 7th and 8th.
Yeah.
So it's plenty on the line, and it's exciting times.
Well, there's actually more on the line because Nate, that top spot, not only with $4,000 as the champion they're also going to be getting a very coveted spot to the FC Pro World Championship.
You can see it there on your screen right now, and right you are, Nat. What an opportunity. Confirmation, there's been a little bit of talk on social media. What we're going to do, it's a throwback, if you want to call it that. A direct seat. Marcus, no one better to be sitting next to me right now at this big moment. Just proves E-League Australia bigger and better than ever. Is it making you think, well, maybe if I knew that before we got started, I'd like to be behind the controller instead?
No, you can't start that. I always tell you guys I miss playing, but no, sticks are down for good, and it's more so, it's a testament as to what all the players here have done over the years. Obviously with the success of Mark recently, but it's all the years combined of us proving that we are one of the big leagues and we have the talent here. And maybe, geographic-wise, it's a bit hard for us to compete all the time, but that's a testament to all the kind of, hard work the players have done over the years.
Yeah. Geographically, we are challenged. You are right in that regard. But to be able to make a statement every time we do go over internationally, now we get this direct seat. We're going to see what's going to be able to happen even more with whoever does come out and eventually win E-League for us. But it could also be one of the E-League challenges. We're going to have a look because we finally got to see our E-League challenges play for the first time last night. And a notion to everyone who is checking out the standings, this leaderboard right now, Some players have 3 games under their belt, other players only have 2. Because of some scheduling issues, the way that it is a handful of players will play 3 games per night on Monday night in E-League challenges, while some will still remain with the standard 2 games, and eventually we will be cramming the 5 weeks with the first Monday that they missed out on into 4 weeks. And Mitch, you looked very closely to all the games that unfolded last night for E-League challenges.
Yeah, it was. We had quite a mixed standard of games. One senior and Airborne really impressed me last night, and I think Nick Stav actually played really well outside of the heavy defeat he took in one of the games. But yeah, it was some good FC24 was on show last night, and obviously Red Cap unfortunately overseas in China. Hopefully he's having a good trip, but he had to forfeit. But yeah, it was a good evening, and as I said, I mean, there's 4 places up for grabs to try and get in that gauntlet. So I still think there could be a bit of chances for the table to shift as well.
Yeah, I mean, 9 points to 5 points. It isn't that much difference, especially when it is only one of their 4 weeks that have played out. It means that, like you said, that 3rd and 4th could be changed at any moment, Marcus.
Yeah. But you say that, but I think that top 4 is kind of what we kind of predicted with Wansini, Luan, Airborne, and Demand just kind of being there. I think on paper, those are the best 4 players. But as you said, you got the likes of Brady that are just behind, and one win changes all of that. And I'm just glad that they got the season's kick-started for them because I know those guys were itching to play, and I'm looking forward to watching them, especially next week, just to see how that table moves. Now that, especially they're playing those extra games, you're going to see a lot of movement throughout the night.
Yeah, when you get to the days that you're playing 3 games, like, you really, really have to be switched on, because that is going to make a big impact when it comes to your E-League challenges run. But, we're not here just to talk about the challenges and what happened last night. We're also here to talk about what is happening tonight. So we have our E-League players, and Nate, we're going to have a look at the leaderboard there, and also talk about maybe some surprises and maybe some not so surprises of changes to potentially come.
Yeah, if you missed the little discussion between Justin and I last week, a bit of a disagreement, but we like the different opinions, if you want to put it that way. My call out, Marcus next to me might have something to say about that. The bottom 5 for mine will stay bottom 5. Now, in that order, not necessarily. And of course, if you get 5th last, so to speak, then hey, you're outside those gauntlet spots. And at the other end, what about Nay? Up on top, it felt like a throwback, Marcus. I don't know, surely it had some of those same vibes. The skills and thrills were back. He's on top of the ladder. It's rewind to a few years ago.
Yeah, Nayla was on fire last week, but all bias aside, so was Saad, so was Mark. Nagiti had really impressive wins as well over Dylan and Fadi. So, that top 4 looking so strong already. Dylan just behind the pace, but I want to see him kind of pick it up this week and get some wins on the board. You talk about that bottom 5 staying the same. I don't think so. I think there's definitely some movement that's going to happen there. The likes of Sesto. All it takes is a couple of losses here for the likes of Fadi and Dylan, and they can drop down very quickly. So, it's going to be exciting. I'm looking forward to seeing how Matt Bro does, obviously, after his break last week. He's got some goal difference to make up for, though.
I love how instead of saying that certain players could have moved up, you're like, oh, there's certain players that could move down. Marcus is such a player when it comes to that mindset. I love it. We also didn't get your opinion last week, Mitch, on how that leaderboard shaped up at the end of day 1. So do you want to share some insights and thoughts that you have?
No, I thought it was, as we said, it was pretty standard to what I think most of us thought it was going to be. But as Marcus said, that bottom 5, there's plenty of get a win or 2, and it's it's quite easily the table can change. So as I said, it's the top sort of 4 or 5 probably the strongest, I think, in the region. So yeah, I was impressed with Nayla, Mark 11 as well. You can't look past them too. But as Marcus said, Saad was playing his Saad ball, which was very good to watch. Nice on the eye for sure.
Yeah, it was really good. I mean, I obviously didn't know what the state of formations were going to be, the state of competition between everyone. So it is nice to see that 4-5 being very competitive, because I know in past years we've always had these 2, maybe 3 competitors that have always stood out from the rest of them, and everyone else just kind of got to sit middle of the pack and enjoy the battle that was going on there. But now it feels even that line between the middle and the top 4 is sort of blurring. At any point, we keep saying it, 1 game, 2 games, that's all it takes, and all of a sudden you're looking at potentially going into the gauntlet there. And we're going to have a look at what games are going to be playing, because these competitors, they all have 2 games each going ahead today. And there's a massive one that's starting off. I know we're going to get into it, but this Nagiti Sard one, there's no way that we can pass on not showing it here on the mainstream. We're also going to cover Sesto up against Matt Bro, Mark, Fardy, Sard, Nayla, Nagiti, Noah, and then Fardy up against Dylan. So they're the 6 rounds we'll be covering. Anything either that we will be covering or not covering that sticks out for you, Nate?
Well, look, I want to make sure everyone knows that by not covering, we've still got the updates and the ad break that will be going on. It doesn't feel like much of a break at all. It feels like there's action coming thick and fast. But hey, individual action outside of the start, wait all the way to the end of the night. Fardy, Dylan, I'm not going to call it a changing of the guard, but if Dylan's form, this FC24 title continues and Fardy increases, particularly as he gets used to top flight competition, feeling like that could be a bit of an upset, or certainly one to watch come the end of the night.
Yeah, I mean, he's also coming up against Paddy earlier in the day as well, so that's going to be his round number 3. And Paddy is in that bottom 5 that we talked about, that there could be movement for him in that bottom 5, but if he's also able to managing to get something off of Dylan, that could be a really, really big change-up, and then does it snowball into later in the day for him as well? So some questions there. Any other series for you though, Mitch, that you want to point out for people to look turn their eyes towards?
Oh, there's plenty of mouth-watering fixtures in there, and to be honest, I'm looking forward to seeing the result for the Nagiti Sard game. I think that's going to be a really good matchup. Obviously, even the Nayla Sard game as well. There's plenty of big matchups coming up later on tonight. So.
What you laughing for? What's so funny about that from Mitch? Mouth-watering?
It was just so well done. Like, I don't know, I never would have described it that way, but hearing someone else describe it that way, I'm like, it's kind of accurate. Like, every game has some amount of stakes for it, whether it puts you one step closer to the gauntlet, whether it puts you one step closer to being in contention for that safe spot right out of the gauntlet, or if it's just showing that this year, competitive-wise, everything's changing. Playstyles suiting new players, playstyles or even certain players having something new that we're not expecting. So this Nagiti and Sard, already given them a couple name, matchup is one that we are very excited for. It's also the first one. Marcus, I know you want to talk about it, so I'll give you the floor to sort of discuss the differences and how you think this one could go.
Yeah, I mean, this is obviously one of the many great games, and I'm happy we're covering it. I think it's going to be a really interesting battle between Sard's 4-4-2, one of, if not the only person that's not using the 4-3-2-1, versus Nagiti's 4-3-2-1 that was firing last week until he kind of got a 3-4 goal lead, and then he kind of let it slip away. So he spoke about last week in the interview to you about not giving the ball away at the back, playing too defensive, giving the ball away in bad areas. So if he gets the lead again, I want to see if he does that. As for Sard, I mean, he was firing on all cylinders last week and having a bit of fun against Nugsy there at the end as well. So he needs to kind of lock in, because this game's not going to be, I think, at the same level. And it's a battle of 2 unbeaten players. This is the kind of game we look back on at the end and be like, oh, that was the deciding game for that first, second, third spot. So big game, and I'm just glad we're starting off with such a good game.
I do want to see if he holds that formation, because Sard actually only played 1 game last week because he had the bye from what happened there. So I want to know if this formation was something that he was trialing in week 1 against Nugsy, if it went well enough that he's willing to commit to it. Because when we talked to him in the interview, he talked about how he wanted to have confidence in what he was bringing to the table. He didn't want to have to conform to what had been working for a lot of players, because sometimes what works for him is, in his mind at least, like maybe this placebo effect, going to be the strength to him, Nate.
Yeah, he doesn't change. I'm confident that some people might overthink it, if that's what you're getting at, being like, oh, I've had a really good week, or maybe some of the other boys were doing this. No. It's been seasons now. Look, if there's any change, a 4-4-2 defensive, bring the center into the stadium. It's basically like, this is the way I like to play. His situation within the pro scene as well, if it's fair enough for me to say, sort of happy doing what he's doing. So I might as well enjoy it. Doesn't matter what the title is. FC24, suiting me. You boys play 4-3-2-1. I'm going to go 4-4-2. Look, maybe 4-2-4, very attacking. That's the best I can give you. It's going to be the same type of shape.
I love it. And Mitch, as we talked about, we want to see if Nagiti's going to have that strength through him. By the way, both players also mentioned that the new 9-minute halves for them aren't really a factor. It isn't something. There's no real fatigue that's factoring on them either, as to maybe why the ball is slipping out of that touch. But do you have any bold predictions or something you really want to see in this bit of a Titan v Titan matchup?
I think in terms of the 9-minute halves, funnily enough, last night I felt that was kind of the sort of the newer guys that came in. I felt like they kind of fatigued with the 9-minute halves. They started off well, and as obviously the longer the games went on, they started to the levels started to drop. But no, in terms of like Nagiti and Saad, I think with Saad, he seems to do really well throughout the group stages, and then once it kind of gets to those crunch matches, he's sometimes, I don't want to say he's choked it, but
the pressure is there.
Yeah, there's pressure is there.
For
so
sure.
I feel like when he's relaxed and he's kind of, that's when we get the best of Saad. But I think for him to go to like the next level, I'd like to kind of see him really sort of get some big results when the pressure's on and it counts.
Yeah. Then a question maybe that we get to ask Saad, pending if he wins or not, is if he feels the pressure for this, because we've already talked about. It's not necessarily the make or break right now because we're only in week 2. But when we get to week 5, you can look back and say this was the make or break. So the pressure might be there. The pressure might not be there. Either way, I do know there is a game ready for us to jump into. Nagiti and Saad with Marcus and Nate.
Thank you very much, Nat, Mitch, Marcus. Big questions for you this week, friend. Obviously, coming from that competitive background, and I feel like, if anything, we've been running the rule over the competitors. You've not had excuses, but more seen it, a bit more from their side, a bit more leeway. Week 2, we're going to expect the same from you.
I wouldn't say leeway, but I think the players are just kind of easing in to the comp situation a bit differently this season. And I think with these two, not so much, but there are some others that are maybe struggling to get going. But this is, as you said, one of those games that we look back and it's like, this could be the difference why you didn't finish in the top 3 or 4. We think these two are kind of heading for that direction. And I know they've played a lot, these two, and it's just a real serious game, of course. But it's just, some games just feel bigger than others. And you start the round off like this, and it can really change the whole momentum of your night, if not season.
Yeah, the competitors themselves talk about it. You got one of the greatest to do it from OS, Marcus Gomes, alongside me. Natalos, early opportunity. Nagiti, not so much. Beautiful pass through 2 players to get started. Bring it on, Saad ball. You don't ever have to wait long. He's not going to pass around the back. Indeed, Nagiti's not going to give him that opportunity. Your fullback switch about as good as it will get in terms of safety you'd expect.
Yeah, and we're seeing something really interesting from Saad here. I'm just looking at his lineup, but he's got no Van Dijk, which is, just very interesting, as obviously he has preferences. He's also the only person that's not using Haaland as well, to my knowledge. So, as you can see, he loves using Ronaldinho on the swing. He's got KDB there, and he's passed into Arna, and this is beautiful work here. Mbappe's got a little space, step over. He didn't get the right exit, unfortunately for him. That's a big chance, but we'll see what he does from this corner. No threat of Haaland or Van Dijk, so definitely going short.
Cafu, I was going to say, to the edge of the area. Shocking pass. We'll get it back. R9. Players in the middle. Saad just waiting to see who's going to go in what position. Here is Dino Ferdinand. Bullies him out of the way. There's Verge, of course, for Nagiti, but trying to get my brain around that lack of a VVD selection. Maybe trying to get players out to the ball before the cross comes in. I dare say, if you're Nagiti, get a cross in or 2, because the lack of height could be devastating for Saad.
Yeah, it's an interesting decision. And we're seeing here Nagiti struggling to play out at the start. This is the thing against the 4-4-2. It defends in its shape quicker. Obviously, these 4-3-2-1s are set up to defend in the 4-4-2, but when you're in full standard 4-4-2, you're back in shape much quicker, which is why Nagiti's happen to be a bit patient at the start to play his left back through. And you've also got that Lockie Wales versus Teo Hernandez. I wouldn't say mismatch, because Lockie Wales is quite quick, but obviously Nagiti's going to try and exploit that. Which is why you've got Saad there with Cafu to try and help out here, as he keeps getting the ball into R9's feet here. Hard fake shot, but Van Dijk, I think we were saying that a lot. He could be the difference maker in the back here. I know that Saad does have Maldini there at the back, which is another great pick, but yeah, Nagiti, not a great start here.
Saad not giving him much opportunity at all to pass out from the back. As you quite rightly said, Marcus, 4-4-2 from the get-go. Back in shape, ready to go. Takes a little bit longer for Nagiti's defence to settle, but about these little half spaces now. Oh, we just run down the byline with Mbappe. R9, Teo, KDB, pull it. It's lovely to see some passes finally strung together here for the top dog from Western Sydney, Harlan. Get it away from him. Give it back to him. Borrello assist. Harlan goal. And Nagiti is up and running in week 2.
That was some nice passing there from Nagiti. I think Saad should have maybe attacked the pass a bit more when Borrello received the ball. I think a lot of us, commentators, obviously were looking from this broad perspective of it's going to go back to Harlan. And I think a lot of people think, it's on his right foot. He won't score that. But no, this is Team of the Year Haaland. Especially if you're greening that's going in pretty much every time. So, and that's the intricate play. You talked about the half spaces, but, Cafu's going to have a busy night dealing with the likes of Mbappe and Arna and drifting out there. So, Saad, look, I don't think he could be too worried yet. But I know a lot of his gameplay revolves around being in the lead. So 1-0's not the end of the world. But you just don't... You want to settle into the game and go back to what you were doing it before, which is a great start as Lockie Wells gets the ball here.
It's the area. Pass on the slide. One more across. VVD in the way. Miscontrol, but Lockie Waves, I don't even know what to say about that. Clearly in the way. Every single player in the game's getting that every time. It keeps bouncing back for Saad. Nagiti living dangerously.
You say living dangerously, but I would love to see what Van Dijk's stats here as he gives the ball away again. That's the 3rd or 4th time Nagiti's given away the ball in his own half. Lockie Wells again, going to look for a cutback here. He's waiting. It's going to get recycled from Vieira. I think Vieira on the ball, you want to try and find KDB, but he's gone a bit too far forward. So he's just fizzed it in. Mbappe, not the greatest touch. Yeah, Nagiti's obviously got the lead, but it's a bit of a snatch and grab situation going on because his build-up has not been the cleanest, and this is the thing, because when you're playing against a 4-3-2-1, you have that ability to counter. As he gives away the ball again, Saad's pressure has been unbelievable so far. Can he make it count?
Oh no, maybe back to Dino. Maybe just wait for the defence to sit off. Shot not perfectly timed. Check is there. Only so much for a corner kick. Welcome to the routine. You're going to see plenty of competitors, or you just wait to bottle it. Maybe a bit of an overthink there. If you're going to go the edge of the area, just do it straight away, please.
Great defending from Garuccio. And I think Saad's corners... as he gives the ball away. R9, 1-on-1 versus Rio Ferdinand. I think he's going to run the line here and then recycle it. Play lock, cancel. Recycles the hook. He's going to be looking for Teo Hernandez potentially here. Out wide it goes. Is he going to drive byline or is he going to cut it back? This is a dangerous area. I think he's gone for the L1 cross to Haaland, and he's either changed his mind last second or just not aimed the stick properly. One of those ones.
Going with the latter. Having a look at the webcams as well might help you out with a little bit of that body language. He is Benny Ben's half-tooth Garuccio, one of the better A-League items in week 1.
Yeah, Saad has some weird matchups here where it's going to be very hard for Garuccio to deal with Haaland all game. So I know Nagiti is trying to get that back post cross in, but step over boost. Pen? No pen. I'm going to say great defending from United legend Rio Ferdinand, but there was VAR. I think Nagiti would be asking for VAR there. You're going to see that a lot from Nagiti where he gets the ball with Mbappe and he step over boost. We saw it last week. He hit the step over boost into cutting it inside and then shooting near post. I wonder if Saad's watched the games and he's aware of that, because I would not be surprised if we see Nagiti with that same kind of Mbappe-esque finish.
Thought I was watching Mark 11 a few times last week, but of course moved across to Melbourne City. Nagiti here in the E-League for Western Sydney Wanderers, looking to defend this 1-0 position respectfully. The passing out of the back has been average. He's held his defensive shape well enough, and there is Hull in the way again. Nothing doing for Saad when play slows down.
Yeah, he's really trying to feed these passes with KDB, and you can see when Vieira gets the ball, he's a bit hesitant and wants to recycle it. So if I'm Saad, I'm looking to play down this left-hand side over and over again. You've got KDB, you've got Ronaldinho. These are, your star players on the left-hand side. Garuccio can definitely set it up, but his players are in a weird position right now. Dingo's kind of sitting in the middle instead of out wide. He's kind of waiting for him to get back into the wing, which is why you're seeing Saad hold the ball here. Doesn't want to play himself into trouble because Nagiti is pressing really well here. But this is a Saad special. He invades the press in and drives.
Extra pass if you want it. Did. And now stops again, waiting for the right foot. A near post. We will finish that. Apparently, Saad leveling things up.
Yeah, Saad sits back there. Nagiti sits back, scratches his head because I think they were both a bit surprised that went in. But this is R9. R9 here, and you cannot give him space in the box. You see how Nagiti just steps off just a little bit with Van Dijk. Obviously, it's not the greatest shot, not a super high XG shot, as the stats would say, but very, very surprised that went in. but it all came from inviting the press. That is the most important thing we can take from that, is that Saad held onto the ball and said, Ngidi, come press, come press. Ngidi's like, I can win this. Baits him out. Just as I was talking about Vieira not being an attacking outlet, he gets the ball, drives through with that 6'4" frame, and manages to find his strikers.
Still a little mystified with the finish, maybe through the legs of VVD. I was squinting on those replays, but hey.
That's just R9 tax right there. I think as when you get on these accounts and you have these players, you play a couple of warm-ups and you realize, yeah, he's the real deal. You know, you can shoot from angles that no other player can shoot from, green or not, and it's nice. I mean, you know, it's just a really nice feeling because sometimes you can feel like you can kind of almost cheat a goal. As Cafu defends really well here. There's a little counter-attacking option here. When he's going to play it, he is. Lockie Wales down the wing. He's going to cut it back here, but he's got the pace for it. Can he find one of his strikers here? With Mbappe finds it. Recycles to KDB. R9 out wide on the left. He's going to find Mbappe again. One more to Dino. And great defending from Rio Ferdinand. Ngidi's done really well cutting out those passes because I want to say there's been 2 or 3 times now where it's that last pass that's been cut out.
Majority of play in that attacking third for Saad as well, and Ngidi's struggling to play out from the back. Spending even more time back here. It's interesting with those A-League players, Lockie Wales, given plenty of time and space to almost do whatever you want if you can make it pay. We saw last week, Barillo, Taggart, Garuccio, could go on and on. Stand off him, Marcus Gomes. You're inviting a lot of pressure and maybe just treat them like any other player sometimes.
Exactly. I think a lot of people think you can just, you know, try and ego them, but definitely not. And Lockie Wales, speaking of experience, is one of those players that he is quick. So he can also track back, but he can also give him a little counter-attacking chance, and he's through. Speaking of being through, I think Theo Hernandez is through right now. Haaland is running, but he's kind of stopped. I wonder if he's still going to L1 cross at back post. He's not. Recycle to Mbappe, R9. Step over is incoming, and that's why Saad has Vieira. So we're going to hit halftime here, but we've just seen why Saad picks Vieira, because that's why you want him there, to help out with that left channel. And, you know, there's nothing like having a proper DM.
1-1 at the break, your opener here, week 2 of E-League Australia. Interesting little battle, and of course, we are best of ones again, but with 9-minute halves that we talked about. There was your opener, simple as you like, Marcus, just a little pass backwards and forwards, and as I think we were saying, no more than 1 or 2 minutes ago, it's your more basic stuff. You cannot sit off the players in those areas, not with this level of competitor.
Definitely not, and we've just seen the replay of that R9 goal for Saad, and it's one of those ones where he's taken the touch and he's probably expected Ngidi to move the keeper across, which is why he's almost shot into Van Dijk's body. But similar to Van Dijk's block attempt against Anthony in the FA Cup, he was unsuccessful. So
can we get a little tally or something of Man U on top references from this guy?
Nah, just one. This one there. I want to take my chance there, because Van Dijk's, besides that, has been having a killer game for Ngidi. He's been intercepting pretty much everything. But, you know, you got to take your little digs when you can. And then speaking of the lineups here, just every time Saad gets down the left-hand side, and Dino, which I'm not sure if he doesn't have him on stay wide, he might have him on balance, maybe even cut inside, because he's really going into that almost left forward-ish role to kind of combine. And he's having KDB just kind of take up that whole left space. And every time KDB gets the ball, you see with Saad, he is just trying to fizz it into that almost front 2, sometimes front 3. So something to take into consideration, because I think Dino's that X-factor player that, once again, no one's really using.
Almost has to be cut inside. Vermaat did not see him on this near touchline at any stage in that first half. 1-1, Ngidi, Saad. Anyone thought this was going to be one way based on the quality of Ngidi last week, and of course, weeks prior, dominated this FC24 season thus far, but E-League Australia continues to hit different. Cafu getting there just ahead.
Cafu is a serious item on this version of the game. He's really underrated. I think like people think he's a bit small and he's like not super quick, but he is, and he's got great physicals and he's just serious players. We see a little wacka there from Saad. Not sure if he meant that, but Arnaud's got the ball now into Mbappe, doesn't play him. Great defending from Rio Ferdinand, and that was a big chance there. I think the midfield build-up from both these guys has been a bit lacking. Commentator's curse in a good way for myself just then. But the chances are coming from these counter-attacks. Arnaud gets the ball, super heavy touch there. Saad wouldn't be happy, because that's 2 kind of half chances he just had there in the space of a minute or so. And you can see Ngidi now, okay, hold on. He's just taking a breather and said, okay, let me build up properly. He's not happy with his build-up, because There's just been too many bad giveaways for a player of his level.
What I don't believe we saw as well in the first half from Nagiti is a cross. You were talking about how you want to see that Haaland versus Gruccio matchup that last week. Respectfully, I was like, I'm pretty sure Gruccio's bodied Haaland every time. Remains to be seen so far tonight, so far in this game, but bring on that little battle if we ever get there. He was happy to cross at least a few times per game. Both games last week, Nagiti, but maybe it's just that lack of possession. He's wanting to make it a bit more direct here tonight, a bit frustrated.
Yeah, I think he's struggling a little bit tactically, as there's another giveaway just at the halfway line of when he's getting the ball out wide to his Theo Hernandez and Mbappe. R9 is coming across to support, and Haaland is going into that middle channel onto the centre back. Ideally, he wants Haaland to be out wide on the fullback as he kind of is now, but as you see him there, just pop up in that little half space where he's there, and he's up, and he's asking for it, and he's knocked it back. Oh, that's one I think Nagiti would like to have again, because I think he expected the contest from Saad's centre-back, which is why he's trying to knock it down, but that's what I mean. He's gone to that half space where, yeah, it's nice to header it, but I think he wants that looping kind of cross where it's just a one-on-one battle against Gruccio, and obviously Haaland being the guy he is.
Scared of the Western United left back.
He might be, but I wonder if Nagiti's just going to change that a little bit and maybe stay central on his right forward in game, just to make sure he's staying in that position, because right now, in terms of having Haaland there, he hasn't really offered too much besides the goal, of course, but I think a lot of players would finish that. Just one of those ones where...
It was pretty fundamental.
Yeah, pretty fundamental. It's great build-up here from Saad. Green. I was just about to bring that up as well, about the finesse shots. Wanted something else. Finesse shots and Travellas. Two things we haven't seen, two things that are very meta, two things that lots of player options with the likes of KDB, we see a lot of Patellas as well, can do. And you haven't seen too many of them. And I don't think it's because of the keep movement. I think just hasn't been enough power on them.
Better check as well. For mine, clearly the best keeper in the game, or at least this stage of the game. Let the thoughts be known in the E-League Discord. Please get checking your lineup. If you're Nagiti, there is the chance for a finesse. It's not happening. He wants the one-on-one. Haaland, he's through again. Guess who's there to tidy up? Nicely done, Ben Gruccio.
That was really silky from Nagiti there. And Saad's keeper has bailed him out a little bit, because I think when Haaland gets the ball, Nagiti is... As there's another big giveaway here.
Can't finish the statement,
Can't finish the sentence here. As they try to fizz it in, Haaland picks up the ball into Borello. Play lock R9. Cancel. He's spinning around. Maldini locked up. Just as we talked about that Maldini pick over Van Dijk. That's Maldini one-on-one there. I want to say there's not much better. Personally, I think Van Dijk is better in game. But, I mean, that was some clutch defending there. Because... as we said, this has been a really back and forth game. I'm not sure if it's the pressure, like the in-game pressure, maybe the out-of-game pressure, where they both don't want to lose, but the build-up has not been great. And Lockie Wells is actually really free here. There's a cutback potential going on here. What?
Doesn't find the player, but finally, Saad even just going byline it. Noticed with Ronaldinho far side, Nagiti happy to bring one or two players just to the middle, saying you're not going to cross it, so I guess we'll guard here. But the byline wide open for Lockie Wales that time. Was for Dino before. Nagiti cannot finish fast post.
Great save from Czech. He didn't move the keeper. It was a late player switch. And I want to say that was probably Saad's pause there, because he realised that, ooh, I got a bit open just then. Let me just calm it down here. Let me just take the momentum out of the game a little bit, because that was a big, big chance. Didn't move keeper. But I want to say maybe he didn't move keeper because he saw a lot of Nagiti near post finishes last week.
We talked about it enough last week. If he was watching for even 5 seconds, surely he's picked up on it.
Yeah. You don't want to move the keeper too early, which I think we saw Fardy do once last week. But you don't want to move him too late. You can also just not move him at all and hope Czech bails you out. But as you said, Czech definitely the best keeper in the game at the moment. I want to see if there's any subs here. From the looks of it, we're getting a couple. Big chance here from Nagiti. He's got some serious height. I want to see if he tries to hit Haaland or Van Dijk.
Massive opportunity. Will it be direct from the corner kick? Nagiti taking his time. Keeper's out of there. Not sure if that is going direct or not. He certainly thought about it for long enough. Putelas, one of the players now on, bring on the Travella, the Vanessa. We'll just play it back, reset as players get back into position.
Yeah, it's a little chance of finesse, but he tried to hit the near post kind of move with Haaland. So I would be a little disappointed that Czech didn't catch that. You just got to make sure he locks in here and wins the ball, as he does. Lockie Wales, absolute unbelievable shift this game. I would love to see his stats afterwards, but he's been getting the ball down the line. He's been burning Teo Hernandez, intercepting the ball. Saad will be very happy with his Western United contingent this game, as Mbappe gets the ball and he's going to try and get this one-on-one with Ronaldinho here and just drive the byline. This is Saad special.
Finally, he's caught on. Virgil takes him down to the ground. Nothing doing apart from resultant corner kick. Welcome again to this little routine. He wants it direct. He's got it. Mbappe, Dino, Vieira, far side, players open. Saad, once again, he's been happy to slow it down in the middle of the pitch all game long.
Yeah, I think Saad his numbers on his players in the corners might be a bit off because he's getting Vieira top of the box. Doesn't have the height to cross against Nagiti's team, so he's kind of just wasted 2 or 3 chances on a corner here, as we have Nagiti on the break here. Barello, just definitely going out wide. Mbappe and Teo, this little duo here, causing absolute havoc on Cafu. Get the better of him. Vieira comes across, locks up. Such an important pick here. This is for Saad. Vieira has just been unbelievable, and I think as we get closer to the end of the game, which I think this is a moment here where Saad's realised that, he's looked at the clock, it's 78th minute, and he's just taking a little bit of time with that build-up, and Nagiti's pressed him. We've got Dino here out wide, one-on-one again. I reckon he's going to drive byline here because he's given him the byline. Ball scoop, edge of the box. De Bruyne, finesse, is on, doesn't take it, going to take his time, He's just going to wait for a midfielder to move out of position, but if not, he's just happy to have the ball.
It's been the case all game long. He knows that if he passes back, Nagiti's going to come and try and get it. Can have a look at that red player indicator as to what's going down. Question is, can he find feet? And what's the next pass after this? This has been the moment for Saad. It's been back and across every time. Noticed, of course, that he picked up on our comments. Driving byline, simple. Sometimes simple is best. KDB, there is space there for that right foot for Nessie. Once again, it's the bagging in the feet. Once again, Nagiti's players make it look easy as.
That's unfortunate. That would be a hindsight thing that Saad would look back and he chose the wrong pass. The pass was on to Mbappe. They tried to hit into R9, assuming that Nagiti would try and cover the Mbappe pass, which was open, but he just didn't. And now this really is a battle of, can Teo Hernandez get the space out wide?
Do we get just one cross from Nagiti?
I don't think so. I think he's just using Teo as almost bait, and he's trying to hit those passes through the middle. Slight switch up because we haven't seen not one cross and not.
There was one, but you didn't like it. You hated it, so I'm sort of not counting it.
Yeah, and he knocked it down as well, which was a mistake here. So speaking of mistakes, Saad does not want to make a mistake here. 87th minute. I think it's too early to hold for the last attack, but considering there's been no goals in this half, I would expect maybe 1 minute of at a time. So Saad could try and hold it all the way until the 90th here, but you can see Nagiti using the second man press with this player switching really well. That's a great pass there from Saad to break the press as the pass misses from Dino. And now he's going to have to hold on for this last attack. As we saw with Nagiti last week, very good at playing near the end. Teo Hernandez gets the ball in the wing.
This is the moment. Player lock. Mbappe goes back near post. It's where he likes it. Nagiti marshalled all the way back. It will just be, of course, that 1 minute of stoppage time. Nice and fluid, if you want to call it that. Top of show Nat asked, is there a plan B for Saad? I said plan B was going to be plan A done. Again and again and again. Hey, it happened again and again and again. Into a relative brick wall, and at the end, we end with a stalemate. Hey, Marcus, if nothing else, these two top competitors remain unbeaten.
Yeah, I think that's what we're going to see a lot in these bigger games towards the end of the season. Obviously, it's only round 2, but players are already thinking, I really don't want to lose this one. And it was a tense game. You had some standout performances from a lot of the players there. I think Vieira was really important for Saad, even winning that header there right at the end against Haaland. Just a pick that you don't see, and you're saving him a lot. Cafu, great performance, but as for Nagiti, I think he's going to go back to the drawing board of how he wants to use that Haaland at right forward, because his positioning is a bit off, maybe his custom attacks are a bit off, everyone's a bit too close, but he's not getting that knockdown that he was getting last week. And I don't think Saad was necessarily doing anything to kind of stop it. He just really wasn't going for it.
We never saw it. We sort of were crying out for it. There's a few things from Saad as well that we did get, even just as basic as driving byline. It feels like the game's just sort of passed by. For Nagiti particularly, do you think that's one where he may well look back? I know you're talking about the review, but in terms of what it will mean for him this tournament, that could be top spot. That could be the difference between a top 2 spot.
Yeah, I mean, it's too early to say, but I think in terms of performance, he won't be happy with that because it wasn't just his ability to not use Haaland the way that we've seen, obviously besides the goal, but it was this build-up as well, especially the first 20, 30 in-game minutes. Very sloppy, not like him. So I'm not sure if he's, hasn't warmed up, they're a bit cold tonight, but it's one of those things that he'd be disappointed because it's one of those games where you look back and you're like, oh man, if I just play a little bit better, that's a 2-1 win, So Saad, on the other hand, I think he'd be okay with that kind of performance. I think there's a couple of things he needs to look at in terms of how he wants to use that Dinho and really try and work on getting him down the byline, but not bad.
In terms of the actual game, though, again, Saad versus Ngidi, if we're talking about the predictions and what we were getting at, we're like, Saad will have to do well. It looks like this could be his title, could be his year. But Ngidi's been dominating all of FC24. He dominated that game. How many times did Uri talk about one of the players as well? Standout individual performances, the fight for the badge quality maybe that we like so much.
Yeah, I mean, Van Dijk was great for Ngidi, and there was some big moments there where he intercepted both manually and not manually to intercept Saad's extra pass for a finish early on, especially in the first half. And as you said, Ngidi has been the top dog, at least online here. Obviously, Mark's been overseas competing. But Ngidi has been that top guy. So, Saad, you're taking confidence from that game. All right, 1-1. Let's imagine this is finals. Yeah, let's go to extra time. So, Ngidi's the one that would be wanting to get that win on the board and, take his online form into this kind of situation. So, Saad's got to be decently happy with that.
Yeah, if, Mitch Austin said it was mouth-watering. I think we've got a bit of head-scratching going on here, trying to make left to right, heads or tails on it. Fam, we've got a big night of E-League Australia action ahead. Don't you go anywhere. We'll be back after this short break.
Welcome back to our E-League. Man, we just had our first round for week number 2 here, and we were expecting it to be a bit more intense, okay? It did end on a tie, so I guess you could say that's where the intensity came from, but it was only 1 goal apiece. I was expecting a little bit more aggression from Nagiti and Saad, but I will say, Saad's defense was fantastic. He had phenomenal defense. He just also struggled to get it out of his half markers.
Yeah, the build-up that game between both of them wasn't the best, not the high level that we were kind of expecting. Maybe that's just pressure in game, maybe out of game. They both didn't want to lose this one. I think Saad overall will be pretty happy considering Nagiti's been that top player in this region online this season. So you take a draw and you move on to the next, but I think looking back performance-wise, they both won't be too happy.
Well, it being a draw, I got to have my pick'ems for who to interview. So obviously I went with Saad. We hadn't really heard too much from him, so let's get Saad in here. We'll get to ask him some questions. Saad, you might have heard a little bit then. Marcus was saying, we expected a little bit more from this match between you and Nagiti. Would you say you also expected more, or this is what you expected?
Kind of a tough question, to be honest. I don't really know what I was expecting heading into the game. I just thought I'd do my best. Nagiti's a top player, so I just knew I was gonna have to really switch on if I wanted to get any type of result. So
yeah, that's true. I mean, you're both sitting there undefeated. I think that's why maybe us on the couch you were expecting a little bit more. But it also was a bit of a rough build-up in this game for you. What was the mental coming into this series? What was just everything about it, I guess, for you? Like, what were the moments leading up to this one?
I just knew Nagiti was going to come out pressing like it's what he does. He's very good at it. So I knew I wouldn't have much time with the ball in the middle like I usually do, like I like to do. So I knew it always have to be down the wing. Otherwise, I knew he'd just be able to dominate me.
All right. And how was the past week for you as well? You're only doing official games one day a week. So how did the other 6 days look for you?
To be completely honest with you, I actually just logged into my account at about 5:50, so I haven't really touched the game once since last Tuesday.
All right, I was going to maybe ask it directly if this is a little bit of a warm-up. I thought maybe that'd be a bit BM, but I feel like I indirectly got the answer out of that question anyway there. So I appreciate it, Saad. I also want to come back to your formation. I talk about it a lot just because you are the only one doing something different here. The boys have already warned me that you're someone that, you'll double down, that you have a lot of faith in your formation, but tying here with Nagiti, does it sway? Do you think there's going to be any future for changes in your formation, or you really are just that double downer?
Nah, I'm pretty double down, to be honest. I've tried the 4-3-2-1, I've used it, but it just doesn't seem to suit me, so I just always end up going back to the 4-4-2.
Alrighty, well, I appreciate everything you give me here, Saad. Thank you so much for the interview, and look, even though it was a tie, congratulations on the tie.
Thank you, appreciate it.
See ya. I never know where my boundaries are. Like, some of the players, this is my 3rd year with E-League, so some of the players, I know a little bit more. I can push the boundaries. Saad isn't really one of those ones that I've had that familiarity with, but I didn't know where I wanted to go with it. He came out, he's like, yeah, 5:50 was the log-on time, apparently, Mitch. Yeah,
the bare minimum, but, we need to get his playlist. I think that's the next room. Did he have any songs on today?
We were talking about it last time,
yeah.
But before we go just too light on it as well, if any competitor is going to come out and start in this instance and be like, oh yeah, and you sort of got, 10 minutes to log on or whatever, I don't want to hear any complaining. I don't want to hear a single thing later on, oh, missed out on finals, or feel sorry for me on social media.
Yeah.
If you're not going to do the prep, that's cool. You can keep vibing, you can keep talking about your playlist, but come end of season, I don't want any, I missed out by a goal.
I do want to commend him, though. You're coming up against someone else who's undefeated. One player that everyone has said, right when I interviewed them last week, Nagiti was always at the top of the list for everyone's toughest opponent of what's going to happen throughout the rest of the season for them. So this. I mean, it's not like they're new and unfamiliar to each other either. But to come in 10 minutes beforehand and go, it's fine, undefeated, top of the ladder along with me, I'll be fine. I don't know. I'm a little bit speechless with what someone's done here.
Bit of a throwback to Mo, maybe, Marcus? You sort of rock up, vibe, and take the points. Or a point.
Yeah, I think a lot of us as players have done that in the past, whether you choose to.
You can out yourself now that you're not a player.
I've done that as well. You've rocked up just before, you're like, no warm-up, and you're thinking, maybe I'll play better because, I'm just, just no thinking, just going into it.
Right.
And you saw moments with Saad, he actually was playing kind of just free-flowing, and you saw a whacker, you saw other skimmers. I'm not sure if he meant to do it or not, but he was kind of was just vibing. But looking back, look, he's got a draw out of that one on no warm-up, so I think he's going to take that one and run, and on to the next game.
Well, I want to quickly move forward. Sesto, Matt Bro, their series is coming up. Quick word, very quickly, Marcus, about Matt Bro. I know how much you want to hype him up.
I just want to see Matt Bro play. I mean, last week wasn't here, so I'm looking forward to it.
Alrighty, well, we're going to get to see him play up against Sesto with Nate and Mitch.
Bold prediction there from Marcus Gomes. Just want to see him play. Thank you very much, Nat. Thank you very much, Marcus. Nate here with Mitch Austin. Welcome to E-Regional Derby, I think is what we got there in Season 1 when you were playing Mitch Austin. Any feeling in this one for you? Any Melbourne victory favoritism?
Well, now I'm on the commentary, mate. I have to kind of stick with the neutral, don't I? But I have got a bit of a soft spot, and having obviously played against a couple of them, played with Jason Garrier, the right back, the marauding right back, gets up and down the flank. So I'm interested to see how he does. And Chris Iconomidis, another top quality player. Pretty sure he's the marquee player at Melbourne Victory. So keen to see how he sort of integrates himself there with Hullet and De Bruyne.
Enjoys the E-League Australia. Does Chris? Came up to me when I was commentating an MPL game. Said, got a few questions for you. And I was like, what about the
E-League
game with Rockdale? No, mate. E-League Australia. How does it work in terms of the A-League player contingency? How can I get on there? So it's good to know that the A-League men's players are watching along when they're not playing themselves. Of course, Ryan Kitto there for Adelaide United and your A-League competitors. More specifically right now, Sesto moving across to Melbourne Victory. Matt Bro finally underway after participating last week for Adelaide United. Former competitor for Adelaide United. Jazz saying, fair enough, my time is done here. And Matt Bro with an excellent opportunity, indeed the expectation from Marcus Gomes that he'll get back up out of that bottom 5.
Yeah, it's obviously going to be good to see Matt Bro in action finally tonight, and I guess missing last week, seeing mentally how that's going to affect him. Maybe he's giving himself a bit of preparation, having been able to watch the first round. Maybe analyse some of the games and see if he can implement it here and try and get himself a win against Sesto and Melbourne Victory.
Double down, as it were. We talked about a few times already with the comments about Saad. It's to say that if it works for you, go for it. Moswed, little tee up to Marcus Gomes before. Rocked up, I hadn't really touched it, but 4-1-2-1-2, bang, and through to the finals. If it works, gold. If it doesn't, that's the only time I want to make sure we're not getting any, false sympathy. So for Matt Bro, Barracan behind him, good opportunity on the main broadcast getting started. Of course, you've got E-League challenges on a Monday night, brought to you last night by Mitch Austin. Here for the E-League proper, Mitch. How are you feeling? A bit of level of intensity, maybe a competition standard higher than yesterday, or are you looking at a few that might drop down to that E-League gauntlet come the right time?
Yeah, as I said earlier on, I think it was good to see some of the new boys get in action, but I think you could kind of see the gap there between obviously the main E-League and the E-League challenges, but we almost have a goal there from Matt Bro, but as I was saying, it's definitely a difference between the E-League challenges. But we have got a couple of content creators, etc., in it this year. So, as I said, it's kind of keen to see how they adapt to playing against players like Airborne, Wansini, and Luan, players that have got a really high caliber, especially in the competitive scene. So, yeah, looking forward to seeing how they do and whether sort of the A-League clubs have made the right decisions, signing those guys up.
Big calls and a lot of noise on social media when some competitors haven't gotten chosen. They'll get their chance in the gauntlet right here, right now, week 2 in E-League Australia. Notice some interesting player selections from Matt Bro, who I was wondering if he's going to get a third bite at that. Doesn't get any with player being offside, but Messi starting, bring it on, fun times. And if it stays that way, based on that pause before, the 4-2-3-1, so we were sort of talking about different formations and what we were hoping for. It's one that we have seen plenty of times throughout previous iterations of this game, but hey, I'll take the variation in FC24, 4-2-3-1, see what we can do with those left and right attacking mids in particular.
Yeah, just freshens it a bit up for us as well, watching it. Not completely watching the same gameplay game after game, but look, the guys have got to do what they've got to do to get the points on the board, and it's how the game goes. So, as you said, Nate, it's nice to see somebody playing with a little bit of a different style, and having Messi in the starting 11. I don't think, have we had many players so far?
Certainly not.
Start with Messi?
Certainly not starting. I was surprised to not even see him on the bench for most of the competitors, so might seem a little bit peculiar if you're new to E-League Australia, saying why wouldn't you pick Messi? Have a look at the players. Unlocked accounts, thank you very much, EA. These competitors get to use. You are forced to make some tough selections, to put it that way. I mentioned if it stays like that, because this pause has been there for what, 15 in-game minutes for Matt Bro, so I'm just making sure. Shot from distance, no good. Saw Haaland before striking it from a standing start. Immense power shot ability. Here is Matt Bro. I forgot how good he is for an interview as well. Last season was fantastic. Really, really honest. A lot of these guys, it's what we love about esports and about the A-League is you get these guys just saying what they think, Mitch. But in particular, Matt Bro just being like, yeah, no, I was never in that game. I was pretty nervous. I was nervous until the end, and I'm nervous now during the interview, and just stops and looks at the camera. It's great. It's great that we get the insights to these gentlemen.
Yeah, I think that's the best thing. They're all, what's the word? Raw, I guess, when it comes to these this sort of stuff.
Not media training.
You get honest opinions and assessments of themselves, which I think it's refreshing. As I said, I think especially in what do we call it, IRL football, a lot of the players now, it's you've pretty much got a script on every question and what to say back, whereas these guys, it's just say it how it is, and if you upset a couple of people, then it is what it is. But it's all done in light-heartedness, and it's refreshing to see.
Yeah, I love the A-League Australia. Not ever going to send out the assistant manager to do a press conference. Matt Bro and Sesto right here, right now, remains 0-0. Really good use of the A-League players throughout week 1, week 2. Lockie Wales standing up big time. Here is one familiar around the world. Messi gets it back on this near side. Ain't going to be able to unleash that finesse. So you sort of wonder if maybe the right-hand side in this 4-2-3-1 is the go for Matt Bro, but no doubt he's got something else planned. Maybe even just hold R1 and go for a bit of a dribble. Oh, get on the end of that. That is the third opportunity combining the competitors. Where there's been a cross, but shot hasn't even hit the target.
Yeah, I think we were touching on before regarding the massive amount of chipped balls into Haaland just for those knockdowns into the opposite striker, or the midfielders coming in on the edge of the box seemed to work really well for a lot of the players last week. Something I implemented into my foot champs this weekend, and actually got myself 15 wins using that technique. So that was a plus. So I picked something up from the pros.
How good is it, though? We talk about the competitors learning from each other's gameplay, and CE, the likes of Marcus Gomes saying everybody building each other up, and when the top players get to play against one another more and more often, maybe a little frustrating for them. It does improve their ability and help the scene on the whole. For you and I watching along, for you on the Twitch chat, hey, learn something a bit new, and of course this is just part of the FC24 global competitive landscape. It's not just A-League Australia, but wonderful to see that OCE flavour that you get, something we've seen time and time again around the world. Over the top through ball, Mbappe, Matt Bro waiting for support, nothing doing just yet. I don't even know where that foul is, to be honest. Zidane.
I was thinking the same thing. It's been a bit of a
Messi, oh, wonderful. Van der Sar, went on record. I think Marcus backed me up. Petacek's the only keeper you want to think about. Maybe VDS is ready to make amends for all competitors after week 1.
Oh yes, that Petacek, he's caused me many a headache in the weekend league. Fantastic goalkeeper, so difficult to get past. Some of the saves I think he made against me this weekend, I have not recovered.
Switch to Teo, sort of past Geria, all the way back to Haaland, first time Zidane. Matt Bro looks ahead, there's still not a lot, he wants the near side. Players being brought out, a little similar to Saad perhaps. When you get to that attacking third, there's just not a lot on, like no passing options, full stop. A lot of patience required. to be honest, for us as well. Kind of hoping for a bit more variation or just a bit more urgency, because Mapper on the break has been decent, but the slow build-up, just nothing doing.
Yeah, it's as you said. I feel like both players are just kind of maybe just trying to test each other out a little bit here, and almost afraid to kind of make a go of it. They're just sort of playing beneath themselves a little bit here. But as you said, maybe some pre-match nerves. Obviously, there's a lot at stake for both players here. Especially Mapro, obviously, will be looking to try and get a win here, get some points back on the board after missing last week.
If he is going to stick with the 4-2-3-1, counter-attacking formation is the prototype, so when he's not playing with pace, playing on the break, it's a little surprising. Maybe one at the other end before half-time. Sesto, wanting support, only finds VVD. Even just like Haaland playing a right attacking mid, a little bit strange to me. If you're not going to hit him on the cross, a lot of questions and not many answered. 0-0 at half-time. Confirmation, he is stuck with that 4-2-3-1. Messi isn't fucked at Cam, so there you go. Could get it onto that left foot. Haaland is there, a right attacking mid, of course, to be there on the end of a cross. We saw it last week. We've seen it in the global arena, if you like. Going forward, we expected it, Mitch Austin, but if you're not making that cross, full stop, like, Teo's been open there, a left back. We've got to start seeing it. I don't even care if it's a knockdown. Give me something. Give me Haaland in the air if you're going to play him out of position, so to speak.
That's it. It's, you've got him in your team for a reason. Everybody's been doing the same thing by using his aerial. I think he's, 6'5". The knockdowns, his aerial ability is just insane. So, as I said, both competitors not really making a go of each other yet, and there's so much at stake. As I said, you don't want to look back in, later on down the season, and it's, this is a wasted opportunity because you didn't want to be brave and try and make a go of it here. As you said, Messi is a number 10 in there. I mean, that's his favoured position. That's why he's not my goat, but he's one of the goats. Keen to see if he can be the difference maker.
A bit like Paddy last week, perhaps, with some interesting player selections. We like to see it. We love the variations. Talk about it here, talk about it off broadcast too. Just got to make sure that you make it count, otherwise you can look a little silly. This is Zazani. Not sure if that is the intended target, but it works out nicely. KDB, first time. There it goes. Haaland, up and down. Eventually things settle. Mapro straight into Kito though. One player out of position in the middle, so he goes in there. Manual heading in FC24, friends, look it up.
There we go though. That's the danger of Erling Haaland. Just feed him and he'll just knock it down. He'll win it every time. He's one of the only players, I think, that bullies Van Dijk in this game.
Alluded to it a few times last week, but you've seen internationally competitors use anyone who just as a body or for height can compete in that centre-back spot. Doesn't matter if you're not a centre-back, friend. All I need you to do, stop that player in the air. Kito doing very well for Mapro, who again I think we need to give credit to. His first week actually being able to rock up, and Sesto last week should be warmed up. You'd expect, yeah, it's not even been the lack of opportunities or indeed missing the target when he's had one or two. It's that Mapro's had the lion's share of possession and controlled the game.
Yeah, no, I agree, Nate. I agree. Just touching back on the Haaland one as well, I think I've seen a lot of the guys in Europe actually playing with Patrick Vieira at left back to try and combat Erling Haaland. That's how much of a threat he is, and especially with the A-League players that genuinely play in these full-back areas, why not just pin Haaland on them? He's going to win it 10 times out of 10, in my opinion. Just make use of it.
Got to get it into that attacking third first, does Mapro. Credit to Sesto, who is, I won't say actually pressed particularly in the second half. It's more just been covering the passing lanes a lot better. Maybe just again a little bit more switched on. He gets his pause finally. Mbappe out of play. Nothing, I think, changed just yet. Maybe these are the times, and I reckon mostly it was a side and or Sesto, honestly. Those two friends sort of copying one another in a few different ways. Something that we had brought up, and I mentioned, I called you out last week, Mitch, saying They're making changes. They're making changes nice and early. Finally, at 0-0, if he's thinking about top 4 spot, top 2 spot, hey, even first place, Sesto, this is the time where you want to see that evolution from last season. Really make sure you take control of that game while you still can.
That's it, and I think what are we? Maybe 10, 11 actual minutes in game, you know. So at least they are actually trying to identify what's going wrong and make a couple of changes. Almost in there for Matt Bro, but yeah, it's good to see. As I said, I think, you know, there was many players last season that just, you know, I don't know whether they were afraid to make some changes too soon, but if it's not working, you know, why waste the time? You know, so many times players went 3-4-0 down and then it's, you know, the game's gone and it's too late to make a change. But it's good to see it's 0-0. It's not working, so let's see what they can do.
I believe Mapro doing the same, but occasionally asked, what's the difference between one of these games and your weekend league or some div rivals and whatnot? There's a bunch of things that could go on and on, but one of those is, in this format, you get 2 games on the night, 9-minute halves. Making those changes is not like your weekend league. You might play it in 1 sitting, 2 sitting. I won't bother making some subs, or I'll go with whatever sort of suggested, just sort of get the game started, get my rewards. Here, do you really want to be among the very best A-League Australia around the world? Taking your time, even sometimes Mitch, just for that mental time out can make a world of difference.
Oh yeah, I mean, you do it yourself, don't you? Sometimes you just pause the game when you know, maybe go a goal or 2 goals down. You just kind of need to gather your thoughts. Even just interrupting the opponent's play, you know, when they're kind of getting the better of you. Sometimes when you just stop and pause and have a bit of a 30-second breather, it can just kind of take them out of their stride a little bit. But you know, you've got to use all the tricks you can, all the tricks in the book to try and give yourself the advantage, especially in the E-League.
I thought Sesto would go in as a slight favourite, having the week 1 ability. Lovely ball, just takes my breath away. What a switch from the Melbourne victory right back. Hoping there'd be something on the end of it, but
I don't think I've ever seen him doing that. I mean, I wish he'd done a couple of them to me when I was at Victory.
Screaming for it on the near side was Mitch Austin. Screaming for the opener. About the 5th or 6th shot between these competitors. Not even finding the target. I can't say that one looked very good off the boot.
Nope, I think you call that a shank.
Yes, sir. Trimbong off the shoulder. Now we're going to see Sesto a bit more of a press. I said he was guiding those passing lanes better in the second half. Space in behind, but players made that run a little bit too early. I don't know, I'm feeling it for Sesto now. Building into it. 20 in-game minutes. De Bruyne, guess who's in the way? A-League players, put your hand up on the break. Matt Bro, yeah, I am. Yes, please. Wants it back, and the pass, frustratingly for him, maybe for us as well, goes to the right, attacking mid instead.
Yeah, great recovery run there from Teo Hernandez. Unbelievable speed on this game. Just managed to get his 89 rated team of the week, and he's been a breath of fresh air for me. But Sesto can't find a way through.
Even R9 up against VVT. Face up, no thank you. Get out of there as quick as you can, or at least turn the other way. Really good passing. Space as well near post. It's wide open, and this game may well have just been blown open. I said I was building. Sesto makes it count. 1-0 to the man from Melbourne victory.
Yeah, fantastic goal. As you said, Nate, it was coming. It had been coming for the last 5 in-game minutes. Really good finish, and that'll just ease the nerves there for Sesto, but something to think about now for Matt Bro. What does he change? Does he change the formation?
Well, credit again to Sesto for taking this game on a little bit earlier. If we've been asking for it, maybe Nat can literally ask the question afterwards. After it was spoken about last week as well, friends. We're only into our second round of the evening. Matt Bro finally able to join us. He's got a lot of work to do, and if he's going to back up Marcus's predictions of moving up out of the bottom 5, these games, close games, be a world of difference. The gap there in the defence. Not going to cut it at A-League Australia. The simplest of finishes on the near post, at the near post rather. Dare say it won't be the last goal scored as Matt Bro needing to go for it after those 2 0-6 results in week 1.
Mistake.
How long do you want to
costly.
wait? There you go.
No.
1, make it 2. Veteran experience might be making the difference. Sloppy from one competitor. Melbourne victory. In the E-Regional Derby, as easy as you like, and Matbro is going to take a little walk. So it was frustrating, but...
It's criminal. At this level, you just can't afford to make mistakes like that. You really can't. You know, you've just got your pause in, take a little bit of a break, and then to concede virtually straight off the kickoff after conceding. Really, really frustrating and poor from Matbro.
You sit in this seat long enough, Mitch Austin, you start to get a bit of a feel for how and when things might go down. Sesto backing it up tremendously, capitalising off the mistakes of Matbro. We won't say head gone, because there is still time, but if you look at those webcams, body language saying it all.
Yep, I think, you know, it doesn't matter what level you're playing at.
Indeed.
If you cop a goal like that, it's very frustrating, and it's going to test Matbro's mental strength now. Can he try and claw himself back into this? Can he forget his mistake? That's the main thing. Put it out the back of your mind and try and gather his thoughts here and get himself back into the game. But time is ticking, mate.
In-game crowd appreciates yet another switch from Keria. Kitso challenging the other end. Gonna need to head that. Thank you, Peter. Comes down nicely for Matbro, but with time running out. Player near side, as free as you like. Player in the middle as well. How's Sesto going to defend it? Back stick instead. Yes, please. That pause is coming in a little too late. This game is on.
Game on, Nate. As I said, very frustrating now. Looking back at the goal he's just conceded. But it's a great turnaround. Really good response there from Matbro. And as you can see, it looks like he's switched to the 4-2-4. Question is now he's going to leave himself open at the back, and can Sesto expose him?
I think for some competitors we'd be talking about goal difference, and maybe it's not time for it, but for Matbro, I was going to say respectfully, just bluntly, results going the way they did. Don't worry about goal difference, you need results. Even a point, I don't know if it's enough to turn it around. You get 11 opportunities, best of ones, in the regular season for the E-League this season. Hey, he's going for it now. 4-2-4 with those fullbacks both up, I believe, certainly Teo. Plenty of space in behind for that left and right wing.
Bit of possibly questionable goalkeeping there, maybe. It looked like it was sort of straight down the middle, but is what it is. It's 2-1 and not long to go. Let's see what Matbro has got in the tank.
Look, I can tell you that Sesto's got some fabulous subs. Messi on. Belligo, yes please.
Oh yes.
And he'll be pushing for a third. That 4-2-4, gonna almost hold it in this midfield if you like. Knowing Sesto as we do. You as a neutral, watch your honour if you're a fan of either competitor. We ain't done just yet. R9, Matbro. Javier Lopez straight into Bellingham. I don't understand what's up with this Melbourne victory crowd in game, Mish, but they're loving it. Loud as I've heard them. Arzani. Turn it home if you like. R9, there's a space ahead, I guess, to the corner. Sesto. There we go. Now I understand.
Just give it to Arzani. I was mentioning, I think Arzani, has he got a face scan? By the looks of things, it looks exactly like him.
No, we were watching it as I hijacked your stream momentarily last night. The challenges were like, that is R9 next to Arzani, and there's no doubting it. Love it.
I'm guessing possibly when he was at Celtic, he would have... I'm trying to think when he would have got that. Lovely stuff.
Player offside from the corner, so Sesto is going to live and die, as it were, by the game management. Almost went for time wasting, but I know Marcus wouldn't like that. Game management is one last half opportunity. If Matbro can get it back, it's going to go back. There we go. Ball down the line has been released. Week 2 is all it took for a bit of game management. I'm a little bit surprised to see Sesto wind that down. Maybe that's the maturity, the evolution of the competitor that we've been hoping we would see, and the professionalism to grind out a result in a game that after that gifted second goal, Mitch Austin, was really his to lose.
Yeah, and a bit disappointed in Matbro. I feel like it almost took the second goal. The silly mistake, giving it away for him to kind of kick him into gear, and he really started to almost show a bit of fight there for the last sort of 6-7 minutes. But obviously it was a little bit too late for him. But yeah, great win for Sesto, and it's positive after he had a couple of mixed results last week, so he'll be very happy that he's got the 3 points there.
Yeah, we talked about last week. What about last season? Frustration from the pair of us, to be honest. A lot being like, mate, we just want you to pause it, take a deep breath, take some changes. We feel like you could be one of the best competitors in this competition. Did you like what you saw after a first half where he didn't have a lot of the ball? Felt like second half he really took control of the game.
Yeah, 100%. As I said, it was, feel like they were just sort of both feeling each other out in that first half, and I think obviously Sesto identified a couple of things there that he really thought he could exploit with Matbro, and yeah, obviously it worked. But as I said, it was such a costly mistake for that second goal. If it wasn't for that, he possibly could have snagged himself at least a draw or had the momentum to even maybe go on and get himself the win. But yeah, credit to Sesto.
Job done. Hey, football, FC24. The little mistakes may well cost you. It would be a mistake for you to go anywhere. We'll be back after this short break.
welcome back to Ely. Oh, okay, no, we can just go to those guys.
I was fine with that.
Hey.
You can do the welcome back, Marcus.
Welcome back to E-League Australia, presented by Nivea Men.
God, do you want my job now too, huh?
Yep, I'm going to stop now because Nat's better at this. So
I don't know, that was pretty good. We did just see Sesto and Matt Bro, though. We were obviously looking at this one. Matt Bro unfortunately had the 2 forfeits last week for himself, so we weren't really sure what to expect. What was he going to bring to the table? How he's going to play? I loved the aggression, okay? Let me put that one out there. Loved the aggression. Unfortunately, a lot of those attempts just didn't really connect, Nate.
Yeah, the first half he sort of took by storm, as it were. We're excited. Sesto, warmed up, get into it. No, Matt Bro is here. When you miss the target on 2 or 3 of those crosses and whatnot, Mitch and I just sort of sitting there a bit like, well, that's going to be the game in the second half. And sure enough, Sesto gets going. The mistake for the second goal. Maybe ask Sesto what he thinks about that. Don't ask Matt Bro.
Okay, all right. Well, luckily we do have Sesto. He's already on the line. He might have been listening to that one. We can actually just open up with that question. Let's bring Sesto in, have a chat. Sesto, congratulations on the win. It was a bit of a tough one, though. You might have heard Nate that talk about it. Conceding that goal at not the last minute, but the last goal in that game, was it a tough one? How did that one come about? And what happened for your defenses to crack it just towards the end?
Yeah, look, I think it was a very cagey game. I know kind of there was a lot of not shit talk, but a lot of friendly banter between us beforehand. So I think we kind of went in just trying to fill each other out and just see how the game played out. I know we made a couple of early pauses in the first half that I didn't really expect. So I know he was changing stuff on the fly. So it was called, you just have to build my way into the game, and lucky enough to get a couple goals late in the second half. And then when he got one back, I queued a pause myself, got those fullbacks back, went to the 4-4-2 and luckily seeded out. But yeah, look, it's one of those games where you're probably a bit unhappy with how you played, but as long as you kind of got the win and 3 points, and that's kind of all that matters.
Yeah, at the end of the day, that is one of the important aspects to it. When we talked to you last week, though, you talked a little bit about the aggression that you bring in a lot of the FC games. This one didn't really have that. I want to know why it played out the way that it did, why it was so cagey in the first half, why it was even tough really for you to have any kind of ball control or ball possession in that first half too.
Yeah, Matt plays a very unique style. I think it was in the 4-2-3-1 from memory. I don't think anyone, I'm not sure if anyone's ever even touched that formation this FIFA. So yeah, it was more or less just trying to get used to the way he was playing to begin with. So playing a bit slower, kind of not going a million miles an hour. Because I know with the way he plays, if he goes, gets a bit of momentum, goes 1 or 2 up, it's very hard to kind of come back from that. So I tried to adjust a little bit to play a bit slower, and as the game opened up in the second half, I was able to create a bit more. So yeah.
Awesome. That was such a fantastic answer. I was going to ask you another question, and you kind of already answered it there. So, Sesto, I'll let you go. Congratulations on the win, and look forward to seeing you play later today.
Thanks, Nat.
See ya. I was going to ask how he handled the pressure. He pretty much told me that, you just kind of got to wait it out. You got to keep calm. When the game finally opens up, that's when you can have an attempt. And luckily he did get those 2. Otherwise, we could have been seeing a bit of a different ending towards that game. So big one for them. Mitch, before we look at our next series, though, any closing thoughts on that Sesto Matt Bro? Maybe something about Matt now that we have finally seen him.
Yeah, I think, as I said, I think the second goal that he gave away was just, hate to say it, but it was just stupid on his part. And I think it took that mistake to kind of kick him into gear, and obviously he got the goal back, and then he started to kind of push on and try and find an equaliser. But I feel like if it wasn't for that second goal that he gave away, he might have been able to snag a draw and get himself a point. But that's it. That's FC for you, and unfortunately he's come away with a loss.
Yeah, it is tough. I know we keep harping on it, but the week that he had previously, there's still more. They have 11 rounds for themselves, 11 games that they will be playing. That's only 3. Okay, there's more than enough wiggle room to have 3 for yourself. It's more about that goal deficit that he has to kind of turn his eyes towards, because even if you start getting points, a massive goal deficit like that is maybe enough to still put you down further in the ladder than what you'd like to be. But our third round, next upcoming match for us is Mark up against Fardy. Marcus, I always love hearing a little bit of insight of you about how you expect 2 players to match up into each other.
Yeah, I mean, we said there's going to be a lot of great games, and this is definitely one of the best ones tonight. These 2, I know they've known each other for years, starting since the pro club scene, coming up together. obviously Mark, our reigning champ, #1 player here, and Fadi, one of the qualifiers for the Open earlier last year. So, I mean, really big game because Fadi played really well last week, but didn't get maybe the points he deserved. Whereas Mark, obviously coming in as #1 player, you expect him to win, but this is going to be very, very close. It's going to be similar to that Nagiti side game, I feel, where it's going to just be a little moment that makes a difference because they know each other like the back of their hand.
Do you think it's going to be as low scoring as that earlier game as well, Nate? Or do you think like once one gets the momentum, they're going to kind of run away with it? Maybe they might lack a little bit more on the defense. And so through that, we could actually see quite a lot of goals accumulate.
Yeah, no, for the first time, I'll be happy to disagree with Marcus. Not in that they don't know each other very well and that type of thing. But in terms of last week, we saw Mark 11. He's ready to go. Like a competition. Like you've heard myself, Mitch as well, talk about Nagiti, the man to beat. He's been on form because he's been able to play locally. Mark 11, with that international success, meant that he was sort of stonewalled, if you want, from local competition. We're going to see, him unchained and ready to go, I reckon.
All right, this could be a big one then. He's got a lot to prove. But same for Fadi. The place that he's sitting right now in the ladder, Mitch, is in that this one could matter later on in the weeks, at least maybe for goal difference. I don't know, if you're Fadi coming into this one coming up against Mark, what are you actually looking for outside of what everyone wants to win?
Well, yeah, obviously, Fadi, he picked himself up 3 points last week, but for Mark, I think Mark's going to put on a clinic here. I've watched him the last couple of years, and I think we sort of go back into the mental lab that Mark has. I mean, there's many a time I watched a couple of his streams and stuff as well, where even his FUT Champs record. I mean, I know it's, there's times where you're not playing against the top level caliber of players, but there's times where I feel like when you get on a record, I mean, I think Anders did it in Europe, but you get on these big win streaks, and there's times where everybody kind of wants to take you down, and there's a couple of times where he's been maybe 2-3 goals down and managed to come back. And I think especially with his E-League experience, and obviously he's got the confidence of knowing that he's technically the second best player in the world as well. I think that's something to obviously Fadi's going to have to respect, but he's got to put on a brave face and get out there and try and take on the second best player in the world.
How much do you think has changed, though, when it comes to the way you play compared to last year and then this year, Nate?
Yeah, for Mark 11, probably quite a lot. I say that in a polite way and maybe not wanting to go into too much detail based on how it started, but he's always been, for mine, I say it always, like it's been a million years. Since he's been playing competitively the last few years, he's a competitor more than Dylan, who needs to grow into the title. He'll give you the very best FC that you've got towards the end of FC24, but at the start, he's still working it out. It takes a little bit of time. For mine, that's actually the sign of a great competitor who's one of the best, who's going to be there consistently good. Are you able to work it out? Now, a few years ahead of, maybe it was Dylan, maybe now it is Mark 11. It's not to say, Dylan can't come back and show us that he's got that, but it's been the maturity and that international experience I've really enjoyed seeing Mark 11.
Would you say pretty similar? I feel like you wanted to add on to that one.
He's got something.
No, I completely agree.
So I want to disagree here.
No, we've been gassing out Mark, and rightly so. I mean, he's the second best player in the world. That is such a crazy achievement when you think about it. But this is just another game of FC. And Fadi has shown us last week, his comeback against Nagiti, and obviously his online play this year, that he's well and truly up for the task. People are forgetting that to get to that qualifier, he had to beat top players. And he was very good at the LAN as well. So I don't want to discredit him. Of course, Mark's definitely the favourite. But I think this game's going to be closer than we think. It's going to come to small margins. If Mark ends up winning because of that composure and that experience and in the tight moments, then so be it. But I think Fadi, if he plays his game and especially eases himself into the game, this will be much closer than I guess we're kind of thinking right now.
It is hard because, I know that you like an underdog, right, Marcus? And I'm somewhat inclined that way too. So I'm always trying to look for these ways, these situations, these scenarios where we're going to see a really tight game, maybe even see a potential upset, but we don't know how it's going to go. The only thing I can tell you is our game is starting. We do have Mark up against Fadi with Marcus and me.
Thanks, Nat. Score predictions, Marcus. You're very confident that this is going to be a close game, so I'm very keen to hear your thoughts on this one.
I'm not one for score predictions. I want to backtrack on what I just said, but I want to see how the game goes. Maybe half-time to give me with the score prediction, because I'm looking at the lineups right now as we're seeing an early pause, maybe just checking tactics and controller settings, etc. But we've got Fadi here, who's switched his fullbacks around. We've got Mendy at right back and Miller at left back, who I know is right-footed, so that's a problem area for him in terms of playing out from the back. We also have Jamie McLaren here at right back for Melbourne City, and Lecky here at right centre mid. This is something that obviously playing for City I used to do back in the day, and Jamie McLaren and Lecky are both very good. I'm surprised you don't see them switch, but it's always an option when stamina comes into play. But yeah, half-time loose score prediction. I just want to see Fardy ease himself into this game and almost frustrate Mark here.
Yeah, I'll be interested to have a word with J-Mac about having himself play as a right back, but I guess that's the beauty of FC and the players that obviously playing at this level for a reason. I think being able to use the A-League players in these areas is what kind of separates them, I guess, from the standard players. And the attack is straight away.
That's a big chance. It's a bad giveaway for Fardy. I want to correct myself, but obviously Miller and Mendy did switch sides, which is why Fardy was so kind of open there, because he had to wait for his fullback to switch sides, and then he gave the ball away. I think Mark was expecting Fardy to move the keeper, which is something that he did last week against Nagiti and let the near post open. But it's one of those shots where you take it, and it's a decent chance in terms of like shooting at near post, but you don't expect it to go in all the time. As Fardy here plays out of that press brilliantly, hits a play lock to Mendy on the right side, little dink to Harlan, gonna flick it back to R9, shoot near post, and does. And there we go. Don't want to say gassing up Fardy and this and that, but this is what I mean by Mark is obviously our number one, our favourite here in terms of what he's achieved and his current form and everything, but this is just the end of the game FC, and with that impact of Harlan, you can always find a way to open up space in and around the box with that little dink. And early days here, one goal with these 9-minute halves early on really doesn't mean anything at all, to be honest.
Oh, and as I said earlier, it's nothing phases Mark, so I think it almost might actually kick him into gear. But as you said, those chipped balls into Haaland are almost impossible to defend. Even Virgil van Dijk can't deal with those flick-ons there from Haaland. But Mark 11 will be looking to try and work himself straight back into the game here.
Yeah, and Fardy's going to be careful about this Teo versus Miller matchup. Miller is definitely quite quick, as we see another flick to Haaland. And that was really, really unlucky for Mark, because he hit the player lock, trying to get that pass to... no, I'm not sure. I'm assuming he hit X, and we see a manual switch fail. It's just been unlucky with that knockdown, but that just shows what Mark's trying to do. Very similar kind of game plan, getting into Haaland and try and win that header over Mendy at left back. As I was saying, Miller's definitely got a tough game coming up here. Fardy plays out of the press brilliantly, because that Teo is going to be running down the wing all game, just as I assume Mendy will be doing for Fardy as well. Yeah, it's a bit of one of these games where Fardy's going to be really careful on the ball here, because Mark's press is really, really good. So he's just going to be careful when he plays out. Once he gets to here, he can do what he wants in terms of attacking flair, but he needs to be very careful playing out from the back as he gets Mendy down the line again. Another dink into Haaland. He's going to win that. Knocks it back to Patellas. Trevally and Finesse options both open with the 5-star weak foot. It's a great pass into R9. Borrell pass. Locked up by Van Dijk, who, safe to say, I think is definitely the best centre-back on paper.
Without doubt. I'm still using his gold, and he's absolutely unbelievable for me. But as you said, Marcus, Fardy starting really positively here so far, and giving the second best player in the world a couple of headaches. The chipped ball into Haaland really seems to be, I guess, the tactical play style of both here so far, but still early days, 16 minutes in, sorry.
Yeah, exactly. Great pressure, but of course it doesn't mean anything until you put score pressure, especially on this version of the game. There's some sweeping there on the right-hand side, but you need to put scoreboard pressure once you have these kind of chances. And we're seeing the Haaland knockdown. Something very interesting about Mark's squad, as wow, gets a bit lucky with that pass there. And these are the nervy moments where Fardy has to stay composed. Yes, it looks scary, even for us watching this thing, and you're so close to giving the ball away, but you have to do this against a player like Mark. You've got to be composed on the ball. That's a nice little play lock there. I'm surprised he didn't play it. Bullet wins, keeps the ball there, big body. Offside trap from Mark, trying to squeeze the press. I think we've seen Mendy versus Lecky here, as he's moved Lecky to right back. Yeah, I was surprised. Yeah. So you'd have to talk to J-Mac about being at right back. Lecky's there doing a job for the team. There's another giveaway from Mark here, and Haaland is on for the dink again as it hits. He's going to flick it back. Wow. That's a big win from Rio. It looked like it was a bit of an elbow to the head there, to be honest. But I was just about to mention, yeah, as you can see with Mark, his centre-backs have switched. So Van Dijk initially was starting at right centre-back, and now he's on the left. I assume to deal with that Haaland knockdown on that side. But I wonder if Vardy is able to switch his strikers around as well and just kind of avoid Van Dijk and try and, it sounds crazy to say target Rio, but yeah.
It's amazing to see, and Mark Levin on the attack, looking to try and get himself back into the game. Really good defending there from Fadi. He's really snuffing out all the attacks so far from Mark 11, and that's not really something I think I've been accustomed to saying over the last couple of years.
Yeah, it's great defending. I'm not sure if he's got striker drop back on R9 there, just coming back, but it's a nice switch from Mark to open the play again. He's going to recycle this. Di McLaren, he probably wants to get to KDB's feet here and hit the line. Here comes the knockdown from Haaland, and that's a great switch such step from Virgil, but he's giving the ball away and he's put himself under pressure here. Another knockdown incoming, and Van Dijk again wins both of those little battles there. Keeps Vardy in the lead, really, because that probably would have been a goal if he knocks down to R9, but this is what I mean by Vardy just needs to ease into this game. Yes, he's winning, but you can tell he's just under pressure consistently. That's a great pass by Patellas. Haaland's on. I think I was just seeing Van Dijk here just have an absolute masterclass on both sides for both players, and it's just, if we can avoid him, I think a lot is on in terms of attack. He just seems to be doing everything right now.
It's almost the case. It's trying to nullify Haaland, but I can already tell the difference in quality in this match, even compared to the challenges that I watched last night. The quality, the players constantly using the player lock is, I feel like they're almost controlling everybody on the pitch.
Yeah.
Whereas a lot of the challenges and myself kind of, I guess, let the AI do a lot, but that's the difference in quality.
It's good to see as well, because if you're a challenger or any player right now trying to get better at FC, this is a great game to watch and see how you can stay composed, you can defend. Vardy slides that out. I don't know if he went to slide that or clear it with square down the line, but he's giving Mark the ball in a dangerous position. Issue now is that Teo is on the right-hand side with that long throw trait, so if Vardy does win the ball here, the right-hand side is open. Let's see if he can get it there, or if that ball was played on the right-hand side of R9, there was maybe a chance, but Rio is very quick, as we saw just before, with Vardy's Rio catching up to R9. But it's a back-and-forth game right now, but it's still very, very open, especially when Mark gets into these positions. You always feel a little bit nervous with Vardy.
Definitely, especially as the game gets on, it's how long can he sustain the pressure. But he's holding very well so far. In with Mbappe.
He made a mistake there. Green.
What a save.
What a save. I'm not sure if he moved the keeper slightly to the right. That's a great save. What has Mark got from this corner? He's got Haaland, he's got Hullet. So a play lock, he's moved Deo. He's whipped it near post. It's a big win from Patellas. R9 on top of the box though. This could be going back stick to Haaland again. It does. He's going to get up.
Aye, there we go.
And there we go. 1-1. That was just, I want to say it was coming, but it really was a back and forth game. But it was just that pressure that was building leads to a corner. Not the greatest clearance, and there's that main man again.
I feel like it's a disappointing goal for Fadi to concede as well. Just a simple cross into the box. I wouldn't say it's a typical Mark 11 style goal. It's almost something I concede every week in the weekend league, but you'll take it for Mark. Got himself back into the game. Now it's a question of, can Fadi almost try and gather his thoughts?
Yeah, it's one of those ones where you know there's kind of crosses coming in all game, and there's not much you can do with that one besides, preemptively move the keeper and hope he headers the ball that way, but Haaland's always going to have those chances, and it's up to Vardy to build up like Mark is and push Mark's team back so he can create those same chances and get corners. But right now it just seems Mark is kind of winning the strangleholders. Finesse from KDB goes wide as Green. That would be 2 City players on the board here for Melbourne City. And now Vardy is just rushing the play. That player lock there, just forced through the middle, and he just needs to get to half-time now, because the 40th minute Mark's really showing his class. It goes back stick again to Haaland. He knocks it down.
What a save.
What a save from Petr Cech, who's definitely keeping Vardy in this game.
KDB top of the box. J-Mac could go with a shot. Doubt he will. KDB finesse again on. And Mbappe is going to go back post potentially. Play a lock. He's going to hold it up here. I would expect a recycle incoming. He's looking for Haaland. Haaland's kind of in the middle, so he's not really on. Step over boosts are on here. Haaland, one more. Van Dijk, that guy. And now, if you're Vardy, you look at the clock here, you're thinking, okay, 43rd minute, let's hold until the last attack. More so doesn't concede.
It's the variation in his play as well for Mark 11. As you said, 2 different corner routines there. I almost thought he was going to go for the same one again, but almost a chance there for Faddy.
Big block.
Hanging on for dear life, as you said, Marcus.
But this is good here because he has a big block there. He can recycle. He's trying to drag Mark's team up to try and get one last chance. But you know he's going to try and get this switch off to Mendy. Mark knows that as well. So he's going to try and force him to the middle. See that switch with Hullet? And he's forcing him into a little dink down the line. He needs the whistle to go now, and he gets it. So those little intricate things that you see there at halftime, it's just that little bit of extra pressure and that higher class that you're seeing from Mark in the build-up and the pressure in midfield that makes it hard for Vardy to play out. And I mean, you saw that after the first maybe 10, 15 in-game minutes.
I think it was a fantastic game as well, especially for a lot of the neutral fans that we get coming in watching the E-League, maybe that aren't as up to date with competitive FC Pro competitions. People maybe wanting to get a couple of tips for the weekend league and stuff. It's great to see. You're watching. I know we've said it 100 times, but the second best player in the world and the different variations of play styles, and we've had a really good first leg there. But what are you looking to see now going into the second half from both competitors, Marcus?
I think I want to see, especially from Vardy, I want to see him building up slower at the back to try and push Mark's team back and try and getting that switch to Mendy. I think if he tries to rush it, he's going to just give himself too much to do defensively with the pressure that Mark's been building. As for Mark, I mean, you look after that first 15 in-game minutes, he was near perfect. I think the only thing he's going to worry about is maybe Ferdinand going up against Haaland in that duel. He needs to try and cover for that or try and stop the cross, as he's done a couple of times. But besides the first 15, I think Mark's been really, really good. And now he's thinking, okay, how do I get that goal? How do I draw Vardy out once I get that goal and control the game? And so if this is Vardy waiting on the pause here, very smart thing to do. Just slow the game down, slow the tempo down, let him sit there because you are under pressure for a good 20 in-game minutes here. And he needs to just be really solid here from this first 5 minutes after half-time and build himself into the game. Obviously, I'm saying this, easier said than done.
That's it, and I touched on it in the previous game as well. It's, don't be afraid to make a pause and try and just kind of break Mark 11's momentum. Got to do anything you can. Any sneaky little tricks that's going to eventually help you in the long run. But we've got a long 9 minutes to go here, and as you said, Mark 11 finishing very strongly in that second half. Plays a nice ball out to Teo Hernandez, looking for that Haaland ball again. Can't quite get the knockdown.
Not the greatest of clearances there from Vardy. He's under pressure against Severin Bruce. Far post. Does go. Vardy, I'm not sure if he moved the keeper there. It's kind of central. This could be a goal, and it is.
Wow.
The near
That was almost a quick corner.
Yeah, the quick corner where you let the animation skip a little bit.
Alexander Arnold-esque.
Yep, you don't switch as a defender quick enough. You can't bring your keeper out quick enough, and it's just one of those little things where there's some people that write down at home or mentally note, but you get a corner, you let the animation just run slightly for a second, you skip the animation, you put the corner in near post, you know it's about 3.5 bars. Don't move it too much, especially with someone like KDB on it. Goes straight to Haaland. He's going to win that every time, and this is what I was talking about. Vardy, that's not what you wanted. You just wanted to stay in this game for as long as possible and obviously frustrate Mark, but now Mark's thinking, okay, maybe you come and chase the ball a little bit and we'll drag you out, but there's plenty of time for Vardy to respond here. He just looks a bit hesitant in his build-up, as you see Rio sort of spinning around right now, but we're getting a lot of just a lot of pressure building, but he's gotten through there. Little play lock to Mbappe, and that's a terrible pass from him, unfortunately. And now he just needs to keep his composure because
looks a little bit rattled, I think. Just as I said, it's always frustrating conceding a corner. I think at any level.
Yeah.
On FC 24, it's one of those. You don't mind, I guess, conceding goals from open play where I guess you've been opened up or dissected in a fairly even goal, but the corners it's frustrating. And
Kind of like two of them, really. Like the first was
exactly.
a non-clearance of a corner, and just then he had a chance to clear it again, and got to be unlucky with the clearance, to be fair, but eventually led to another corner and another goal conceded. So he's thinking, I had that early lead, and now before you know it, Haaland's 2 headers and that's it. So, but the game has been a lot like this. Mark has really been dominating, getting to head down the line, not even thinking it. Mbappe doesn't get to that, but he gets his KDB, step over Bruce, cancel, step over Bruce, near post, far post.
Great goal.
Great goal. Great step over boost cancelling from Mark. Hesitates a little bit, drags Fardy towards him, step overs again to get the boost and hits it across. He's hit near post, he's hit at the keeper, now he goes far post. Just as a defender, it's a nightmare because you can't move the keeper in 3 spots. Van Dijk just steps too far, and that's what you get with KDB, especially with that 5-star weak foot. Look at that, just always pretty much going in. Check's done his absolute best this game for Fardy, but as we said pre-game, well, as you guys said pre-game, the class is coming to shine through here for Mark.
That's it. I think it's just the experience I guess he has got in terms of the the tournaments that he has played in. It's always going to come through, but it's got to be disappointing for Fadi. Obviously, you have such a good start, and he was obviously looking quite dangerous. I think early on, the first sort of 15 minutes, I thought he was really taking the game to Mark. But credit to him, Mark has adjusted well and found a bit of a flaw in terms of the quick corner. I think that's one of the first ones I've actually seen for a while, to be honest.
Yeah, there definitely used to be something in the meta, I'd say back in the day. Shout out my boy Diddy Chris Lead, everyone, he taught me those.
Oh yeah.
He was an absolute king of those near post corners, and something that I was playing, put into my game, and now you're seeing the variation from Mark. Obviously, Nate was talking about how Mark needs to adapt and get used to the game and such, but you're seeing this stuff from Mark. Corners, set pieces, different variations. This is what you need if you want to be top class, world class. And Fardy here, if I'm him, I'm hitting a pause because not necessarily something's wrong personnel-wise, but just needs to just think about how the game's going. Because you see Mark there standing still with there, kind of baiting him and saying, well, I'm winning by 2 goals here. You're not really pressing like he is. So Mark's just going to slow the tempo down, switch it across the Teo and drag his team wide. It's one of those ones where you've got plenty of time because 9-minute halves, but you feel like you've got no time.
Yeah, we say it most weeks, it's trying to get the exact time right to make a change. Do you want to make a change too early? But I feel like when you're 3-1 down, you don't want to leave it too late, especially against someone like Mark. Concede another goal and it's guaranteed game over. But he needs to change something. As I said, he's not really struggling here.
Step over Bruce from Mbappe. Great block from Van Dijk. I'd hit a pause now if I was Fardy, but he wants to see this corner out. What's Mark got for us? Going to bait the near post, go far post, cross far post from KDB. Haaland not really interested in that one. Luckily for Fardy. Teo gets the ball again. He sent him for a run, but he's just going to recycle, drag Fardy's team out.
I thought he was going to run straight back to his keeper then.
I mean, it's maybe there. I'm not sure. These guys are good friends, but there's no friends when it comes to you're on the virtual pitch. So probably a bit too early to do that, but something that I think if someone did against you, you'd probably do it back to them.
Oh yes.
It's one of these ones where he's just dragging the team out. Teo's constantly going for runs, and then Mbappe's one more to Haaland. Should be a goal here. Hits the post. But Fardy doesn't clear it. J-Mac wins that header. Okay, now Fardy needs to get on the ball. Davila on the ball here on the right-hand side. Needs to get his Mendy up. Maybe switch to an attacking tactic. I'm not sure if he's got long ball, fast build up. Needs to have his Mendy maybe on join the attack instead of just on balance. Because he needs his Mendy. And there comes the pause from Fardy. He needs his Mendy to be pushing that line, just like Theo Hernandez has been doing for Mark here. As we see a little dink chance into Haaland. Drops down to Patelas, top of the box here again. Player lock, cancel. Player lock out wide to Mendy. He's going to cross it again. Haaland's going to get up for this one. He knocks it down across to R9. Knees it and then doesn't control it.
Question is, what do you do now for Fadi? That's the, I guess, looking at the game plan here, he's really not, he's not keeping possession, struggling to get the ball off Mark, not really creating any chances either. Is it just a case of changing the formation? Do you even
need that pause?
Attack?
You need that pause, and I was just about to say, he needs that pause, and it's a good little foul there, because the game could go on for quite a while there, and you need the pause now rather than giving up a foul and waiting until the 80th minute to get a pause in. So if you're looking at Fardy here, I mean, obviously mirror matching formations. I want to see, obviously Haaland's definitely the game plan, so he's going to stick with that, but You see this chance here from Mark. Little cut back. R9 just kind of swivels and shoots it. I think Mark's looking back there and thinking, oh, I could have had time to take a touch there. He just didn't get the best animation in terms of the pass, but can't expect too much from Mbappe. But if you're Vardy here, I mean, you're obviously setting up your pressing tactics. Maybe press up possession loss, maybe 80th. Also try and catch him out when you're building up. You're looking at Mbappe, you're looking at Mendy. Mendy's going to be on join the attack. You're taking your Patellas if she's on stay back while attacking. You're putting her on balance, maybe even get forward, get into the box. You need her to make those extra runs. And you're going to have to taking a lot of risks, especially with your centre backs here, because your whole team's going to be pushed up with a potential long ball or just attacking tactics. But it's really hard to press against someone of Mark's caliber. You can't go all out because before you know it, you could have one attack here, lose the ball, and then 4-1, game's over. So you need to balance it. Still plenty of time. But you can't continue the same way because it's going to be too hard to just naturally get 2 goals in 15 in-game minutes.
That's it. Well, time will tell, but he's got to make a change soon. As you said, 15 in-game minutes.
And we see the changes. Little double pause there. So, A-League double switch going on.
Yes.
KDB on, inspired maybe by Mark's 3rd goal. Hansen on. So he's taken R9 off. He's moved Mbappe to striker. It's big call there. As for Mark here.
Lecky.
Yeah, he's brought
Interesting.
Yeah, Lecky is going up top to see the game out, and he's brought Mendy on to try and stop Theo Hernandez, who's come on for Vardy. So a nice little defensive tactical change there from Mark. Something that I'm personally proud of. Something that I would do. Maybe it comes back to, saying he's biting me in the ass and, not work out. But that's a good tactical change. He's up 2 goals. He doesn't need a 4th goal, technically. He just needs to defend well. And he's got plenty of other firepower on the pitch. Who says Lecky can't score when he gets a break as well?
Aussie legend, mate.
Exactly. So there's plenty of options still for Mark to score, and that's a nice little tactical change. Lecky's done a great job for him at right back, so give him a little spell up top.
I think Mark just keeps possession so well too, and as you said, he doesn't even need to attack really. He can just let him come onto him and keep possession, but there's that chip ball into Haaland again.
And there's that guy Mendy, the switch. It's a big change, big sub there, just to kind of lock up this. Now you've got a full, I guess, super meta backline here that Vardy's going to need to break down. So you can see Vardy switching to the right, already predicting the switch, but Mark has probably adjusted his tail down just to stay back. As you can see, he's not running. And this is just a standard 4-3-2-1 where he's just going to be playing the triangles and running the channels as we see here. And he doesn't have to do anything. He can just ball and recycle it. Doesn't even have to pass it. He's just going to keep the ball. And that's a great little speed there. And great tackle as well. So it's up to Vardy to push the onus of the game now. He needs to push his players forward. Lots of L1 triggering needs to happen. Great pass from Patellas. He's going to play Haaland? No, he's not. I think the cross is on again as well. I wonder if he's going to cross it or he's going to recycle it. Recycle goes on. Hands on the ball. Into KDB. Finesse is on, but probably keeper's going to be moved. Hits Mbappe. Mbappe dancing. L1 stop. Elasto gets tackled. And you're going to be seeing this from Mark for the rest of the game. Yeah, just running those channels.
Really good defending there from Mark. Showing his class there.
Yeah, this is very hard for Vardy now. He needs to toggle probably a team press here to try and see if he can bait Mark into something, especially now in this situation where he's got Rio running backwards. Ball's going to go to the keeper. He needs to also watch the switch across, so get that right stick switch going, cover that pass to Van Dijk. Obviously, I'm saying a lot, but there needs to be a lot of micromanagement, but he does do it there, and Teo gets it. Sends Teo on a run, L1, play locks back to him. Hits Mbappe, Hansen's on, hits Teo, crosses on, doesn't get it to Haaland, but De Silva wins it. Rio has been winning that battle against Haaland ever since the first goal. He's kind of just stepped up to the plate. Here comes the team press from Vardy. But he needs to win the ball here because it's too little too late. He needs to win the ball. This is a dangerous position for Mark. Unbelievable switch, but Teo does win it. Mbappe on the ball again. He needs to score here, Vardy. Teo doesn't cross it. Mbappe. R1 dribbling. Elastico.
Oh,
great goal from Vardy. And we're back here. Pressure's on for Mark, our favourite. As Vardy hits him with the L1 stop Elastico. The classic. The absolute classic. The favourite move of many players here.
The golden child, Mark 11. He's got 5 minutes to try and see this game out, but that was a great goal that from Vardy. Worked it really well.
Pressure's on now.
Lovely
Mark,
elastico.
Mark is being smart here and just not taking the kickoff. Something else to note down for you guys when you're trying to waste time in your FC games. Don't let the game take it for you automatically. Vardy out here takes a while for your constant pressure to toggle, so he needs to do it on the D-pad to try and trigger it first. He's probably on constant pressure already. There's the offside trap. Trigger's going to come here in a second for the constant pressure. But as you see, it's not triggering yet, and he's losing valuable seconds here as he can't press Mark. But Mark is playing into dangerous territory at the back end. There is 2 minutes. Haaland does win that. And bodies Teo. Teo wins the ball here. One last chance for Vardy. Rushes it. Wins the ball back. KDB runs line. Hansen. Battle against Mendy. Roulette. What's he going to do? He needs to go for a recycle here. I think he's under pressure. That gets through. There's not much time left. Teo wins the ball. Haaland's on. Into Hansen. One more into Mbappe. Green tackle.
What a tackle.
What a tackle from Mark.
Ay, ay, ay.
That is clutch. That is clutch. That is experience. That is just, composure under pressure. Yes, he won't be happy about how that game ended, but,
I think
that's just
Haaland's reaction almost probably sums up Mark 11's sigh of relief at the end there. What a tackle that was, though,
what a tackle.
Marcus.
That's just a manual switch, manual tackle. Lots of us would step off there. Hope the AI helps us out. Too scared to give away a pen. You don't know what move Vardy could do. Anything was open there. As you see these highlights here, Vardy with a great start. Wins that knockdown, Haaland versus Rio. Gets that early start. But as we said, after that, Haaland kind of got locked up by Mark's Rio Ferdinand. Mark just gets through here. That's a great chance and great save by Czech. But from that corner, player lock Haaland. Perfect cross just over Van Dijk and 1-1. KDB here. That was
I thought that was in.
another great chance.
I thought that was in. So did Mark.
So did Mark as well. But as we see later on, KDB would make up for that one. Mark just lots of pressure here. He was getting to these positions a lot. Vardy oversteps there with Van Dijk, and you can tell he's a little upset, but he's also like, he watched that back and be like, I moved too far across with Van Dijk. And then this another great chance for Mark, but great chance, but also great block from Van Dijk. I mean, he's that guy when it comes to in the box defending. And we saw this little pressure here from Mark, from Vardy, sorry. He doesn't hit that cross to Haaland. Plays it into Mbappe, L1 stop, the last to go. But unfortunately, it just wasn't enough at the end. I mean, we say that, but we were so close to a 3-all because I want to say that Mbappe's shot was definitely going in. But great tackle from Mark in his rear.
Well, me and Nate doubted your prediction at the start of the match, but yeah, Albert, you got it right. But it was a very close game. Obviously, we'll be just taking a short break, but we'll be back very soon.
back to E-League. We're doing our replays. I can't even speak right now. The replays of the series that we just watched. We're very lucky we got to see Mark up against Farty. Mark came in, obviously, as the favorite that we all expect to take away from it. But we were arguing, not so much arguing, but having a conversation about how close would this series really be? Would it be something that the first person to get a goal is just going to run away with the momentum? And safe to say, it didn't really happen either way for that. Mark did come in favorite, did still end up winning that one, but it wasn't this massive blowout when it came to a score. It was very close, 3-2, so massive props to Farty, showing that he deserves to be up in that top half of the ladder match.
100%, and he gave Mark 11 a real game, and obviously almost could have equalised right at the death there if it wasn't for an unbelievable tackle from Mark 11. But yeah, I was not expecting it to be as close. I really thought Mark was probably going to win by maybe 3-4 goals there. But yeah, fair play to Fatty. He unbelievable performance, and he'll be a little bit disheartened. As I said, he didn't get himself an equaliser at the death there.
It's close. But Nick, you and I, we were watching back there, and there were a lot of moments where I just go, sorry, what? I felt like kind of disbelief that this was the level of competition that we were witnessing today.
Yeah, particularly I think when you and I had a little scuffle pre-contest, being like, oh yeah, Mark 11's got this. Is it okay to say we landed somewhere in the middle, perhaps? Because I was surprised, and I will say credit to you, and credit particularly to Farty for, I guess, shutting it down. Mark 11 unable to play it out from the back. Obviously, game management, blah, 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 but there was no way out. Cross-ball switch, didn't want, passing forward. Haaland heavy touch, I couldn't find a way out for Mark 11, and Farty worked his way back in, but not quite enough, Marcus.
Yeah, I mean, I was saying that Farty was going to have a good chance to get something from this game, and that's basically how it
But
came.
he didn't.
No, of course not, just like the Nagini game. But I will say that, after the early start, Mark kind of just put the pedal down and just, showed that why he's different class, and the whole game, in terms of the flow of it, was all Mark favoured. But as you saw there right at the end, a little bit of pressure, and just like Nagini was crumbling last week, Mark nearly did the same. There was a great tackle there at the end to save him not getting away with this win.
What a challenge.
But I will back my boy Farty, because that was a great performance. And he's shown now against, I would say, the top two, Nagini and Mark, that he's up there. And hopefully we'll see him around finals time and he can just get over to the other side.
Yeah, maybe the pressure plays in his favor, but I love that you two are definitely the embodiment of agree to disagree. I feel like this round was definitely the show for that. But with Mark 11 winning this one, we're lucky enough to have a chat with him. So let's get him on in here. Mark, congratulations. It was a close one. Was your heart beating out of your chest towards the end there?
Yeah, I won't lie. That was a tough last-minute tackle, but I feel like could have won that game 5-6-7-1. I feel like he had 3 shots the whole game. 2 were his goals. I had 3.7 XG. Fatty's obviously one of my best friends in the scene. I love him. Hopefully wins every single game from here except against me. But obviously, I feel like I could have won that game by a lot more if I just didn't switch the ball 500 times.
Talk me a little bit more about this game then. I know that you just mentioned that maybe you didn't switch the ball as much, but does this game sort of question some of the tactics you have with this formation? Do you kind of maybe even some of the placement of your players, or are you still very confident in what happened and you just go, Farty was so much better than I was really expecting?
Yeah, I changed formation when I went 3-1 up. I went 4-2-3-1, which was a pretty big mistake, unfortunately. It didn't work out too well, but yeah, I'll learn from that, of course. I did it now, and I still won the game, so next time I won't do that.
All right, well, we're not going to be changing up to at least that formation, maybe some future changes. But how was the week for you, by the way? What are you doing in these 6 other days leading up to your official matches that play out on Tuesdays?
Uni, and that's basically it. I was up till 6 a.m. this morning. I was going to have some caffeine, but I kind of hate caffeine, don't have any Red Bulls, but yeah, I just played.
That happens. I can also hear a dog barking in the back, so I have to ask, what sort of dog
I'm
do you
sorry.
have? No, you don't apologize.
Because if it's a cavoodle, he doesn't shut up. It's people he barks at everything that moves. It's look, he doesn't shut up, man, but it is what it is.
There'll be a little bit of a leaf blowing in the past, and you're like, oh, yeah, there's the cavoodle going off again.
Exactly right, yeah.
Well, look, Mark, thank you so much for joining us. Love the insight for this game. Congratulations on the win, despite how close it really was.
Thank you very much.
See ya. right at the end, the cavoodle did stop barking. I will have everyone know that. It's like, oh, the interview's over? All right, I can be quiet now.
He's watching the stream.
Yeah, he's in there. He's actually typing in Twitch chat. He's chatting right now. Mark's little cavoodle joining in there. It was great. So that formation change, he said, not going to be doing that one anytime soon. Luckily, he was up, so that small mistake, whilst it did cost him, didn't cost him the whole game. So that's big for him. I also like that he's trying to push those boundaries for him. He's not relying on this ability to run one formation, the certain tactics, trying to discover more while there is still a little bit of that wiggle room.
Yeah, that explains so much for me. Again, I was just confused. We were sitting there watching it being like, you can't play it out. There's nowhere to go. What's going on? Switching to a 4-2-3-1, we'll do that. He tried it, didn't work out against a decent opponent. He's not going to do it again. I've got it now in caps on my notebook, Mark. Don't you dare try it again, friend, when you're up 3-1. Take control of that game. Yeah, answers a lot of the questions for me.
Yeah. Do you feel, Marcus, maybe he was falling on some issues that we saw from Mark last week? Not that there were many, by the way. He was staying very aggressive, but the crossovers, the switches, some of the passes, I feel I saw last week were a bit of struggle for him when trying to defend and just keep that ball possession. So could this be something that's reoccurring for him?
Yeah, maybe it's something he'll look into, but I think overall, like he said, he's got the confidence. He said he could have won that game 5-6-1, and like he did have the XG, of course, and there were chances there where the game would have been put to bed, of course. But I think looking back, it's one of those games where if those chances go in early on, we wouldn't even be talking about any of this. He would have run away 4-5-1 winner because Vardy was really contained after that early start, and he did dominate the game. And that kind of confidence that he had there, he's probably the first person that's come in the interview and said, I should have won that game by way more.
Yep.
So that just shows, obviously he's the best, but he also has that confidence of being the better player. So maybe something for other players to kind of think about, because if you believe that you really should have won that game by that much, then it might come into fruition.
Yeah. Well, we are still talking about this. We're halfway through our day. I wanted to have a quick look at all the games that had played, what's still to come today, because unfortunately we can't cover everything that's going on. There are 2 games happening simultaneously, whilst we are only covering 1 game. You have that second one going on. One that I do really want to kind of draw our eyes to is in round 2 and round 3. The 2 games that we didn't cover. So Nayla having an absolute blinder, 10-3 to JMK over there. And then Dylan going 11-1 with Patty. So 2 big scoring games we unfortunately didn't get to witness here. But the JMK Nayla one especially I want to look at, because we are about to cover Nayla. He's about to play on this stream here. And to be able to play that sort of game only, an hour ago, not even that far ago, I think that's a big confidence builder, Mitch.
100%. And Nayla, though, he's one of the top players in the region, and obviously his earlier games, especially last week, he was in top 4. So it's going to be a real tough game for Saad, but it's one. I'm not really sure. It's a difficult one to call, I think, this one, but I think. For me personally, I think Nayla probably just edges this one out. But Saad's a top quality player as well, so you definitely can't rule him out either.
Yeah, I mean, 2 completely different players. They have the difference in play styles. They've had the differences in scores for games earlier. So we'll see if this one's going to be another close one, or if Nayla's going to potentially run away with it. But either way, we're going to jump into it. Saad up against Nayla with Nate and Marcus.
Thank you so much, Nat. Thank you, Mitch. Nathalos, Marcus Gomes. What could be your new game of the night, Marcus? Every time we move on, round to round, it feels like the stakes are getting higher. And Nayla on the type of form where he's destroying JMK King, who of course was, what do you want to call it? What's the polite way of saying you held Mark to 3-1? I don't even know. You talked about it earlier. You were all about it. Nayla on a rampage. I know you're going to want to stay unbiased, but you've got a cheeky little smile on your face. Let's do it. Nayla of Perth Glory, go Perth.
I was smiling a little bit because that game was 2-2 between JMK and Ryan until about the 25th minute, and then Ryan just went on an absolute rampage and scored, I think, 6 goals in a row. Apologies if that's wrong, but I know it was at least 5 in a row, and it was one of those ones where you blinked and the game was over. So this one, much different. You've just got Saad here, who, as we heard, didn't have a warm-up in his first game, so this is going to suit him a lot, having that later time slot to kind of warm into this game. Ryan obviously fresh with that big win, but this is a different quality of player, and he's going to needs to be locked in as KDD already gets into those areas that he was getting into against Nagiti, and great defending from Ryan. One trigger over the top doesn't work. R9 fighting, but yeah. this is going to be one of those ones where you got Ryan's attacking flair versus Saad's kind of control, especially if he gets the lead. So obviously first goal is always crucial, but it really is in this one.
1-1 earlier tonight. Saad versus Nagiti. Lack of warm-up, as we've spoken about. Can't help but feel that many goals in that second half run. It's going to see the man from Perth Glory step up again. Nayla, the almost man of OCE when it comes to what is now FC, Marcus. Always been a top 2, top 3 player, but not always with the trophies to show for it. Here and now, Haaland headed down, strike on goal. Nearly moment there for the nearly man.
Great save from Petr Cech, and we've seen that little dink happening a lot. And as we noticed in the first game, Saad does not use Van Dijk. So Haaland, especially against Maldini, is going to have his way in the air. And I want to see if Ryan is just going to take advantage of that, because Maldini is playing left centre back. Haaland will be running into a right forward situation once he gets into the 4-2-2-1 shape. So I think he's going to be always on. But Lockman here against Dinho is also a big problem for Ryan, as Dinho absolutely sends him to the shops there. Running down the line, cut back, great save from Petr Cech. And we'll talk about Van Dijk all day about being maybe the main man of all these teams, but I'm going to say Cech has really been saving everyone, to be honest.
I found throughout the seasons, nobody cares at all when I talk about the goalkeepers. So then last season, Justin, Mitch and I decided to talk about it every game and be like, when they're making saves like that, you got the likes of Noah saying, Nate, I'm going to select Yashin just to annoy you today. Always interesting. Big moments, obviously goalkeeper movement, but sometimes they're just plain and simple bail you out. Here comes Dinho again for Saad on a tear.
Well, Ryan overstepped there with Lockman. He's left himself vulnerable here, but he manages to get him to recycle and get his team back into shape. It's something that Saad's going to have to think about in terms of when he sees that overstep, he needs to maybe push the tempo a bit higher. As we see Haaland here, drags that wide, tag it into R9. It's going to go to Mbappe. He gets lucky. R9 steps on it. L1 stop again. Rio Ferdinand, just like last game for Mark, coming up clutch here. Seems to be kind of not getting all the credit as Ryan steps again with Mendy, and he leaves himself quite open here. Mbappe down the line again. Recycles on. Van Dijk wins it, loses it. Mbappe is going to have to recycle. Spins Van Dijk again, gets down the line, and, well, I say spun Van Dijk, but there we go. A second later, he is back defending. But Ryan, I mean, I know he defends very aggressively, but he's just not reading it right now. And I want to say he's almost lucky he's not playing against someone a bit more aggressive that would really push those spaces and maybe take advantage, because I wouldn't say Saad is hesitant, but he definitely is more methodical in the way he attacks.
Looking at results and honestly just thinking about Nayla and his love of Slurpees, love a chill. Hold that thought for one moment. The Slurpee merchant can't capitalize there. I got the feeling, Marcus, basic as it is, he's happy to concede a few to score a lot.
100%, because as you see there with the squeeze up with Lockman onto Gariccio, if he wins that ball there, he's on. That's the risk he takes. He's like, go ahead, play that over the top. If you play it, so be it. I back my defense. But if you miss it, I can score. And he wants to get into that situation just we saw before, over and over again. Nice little step there from Saad there to stop that last attack as Dinho gets down the line again. He's going to drag Rio across, and Mbappe, he's getting into that half space. He's on here. Cutback's on as well. But he ball rolls and shoots almost middle to far post. Slight mistake there from Saad. He had much more time than he thought. But R9 gets the ball here from the corner, dancing around. Crosses on, back stick, doesn't do it. Caffrey receives the ball again. Vieira. And we talked about Saad's corners, but Vieira, top of the box, is not ideal. That's all good. R9 gets the ball, Boral scoop, slower animation, and gets locked up by Ferland Mendy.
Yeah, mate, it is not all good. That is yet another corner for Saad, where we're sort of waiting, wondering, you've been working on something, or are you really just waiting for players to reset? If there's been one lacking point, or a major lacking point, a sore point, the man from West United today, so far it is that. To make amends, Mbappe, see you later, get danced on out of there.
He sent Van Dijk there initially and then hesitated, and Ryan was able to get back and win a big tackle there with Rio. But yeah, the corners are definitely something that not just these, competitive players, but all of us should work on, as Ryan gives the ball up. And I can't finish my point about the corners because Ryan needs to defend here.
Extra play.
Cut back across. Lockie Wales.
Near post, are you kidding me?
Goes wide. Saad not happy with that one, and Ryan just little head shake, looks across, and that's a bad giveaway, and he gets big let off as he's trying to step over Bruce with Rio Ferdinand. Shouldn't be doing that, in my personal opinion. But anyway, back to the corners. We saw with last game with Mark, those ended up winning him the game. Obviously, Mark deserved it, but that's the difference between the different levels of class. So you need to be working on your corners, but right now, Saad is trying to prove a point that he doesn't need corners because he has been dominating this last 10 in-game minutes here, and Ryan's been struggling to play out, and he's going to have to absorb some pressure.
Fiyadinho, who has been there all this first half, this time thought the shot was at least going to come. Had to check this time, rushing out to stop the shot before it even happens. Nayla just hanging on, doesn't release the player far side. Hey, if he's offering that space, and he is, Saad saying, all right then, give me more of these. Are they straight up chances? The Lockie Wales one certainly was.
Yeah, great step there. I'm not sure if that was offside trap or 71 depth step, but it was a great step from his team. But Ryan's kind of play here has been winning this ball and sending Mendy for runs. And he's been attacking super quickly, which is classic Ryan, but
even more so.
But he needs to be careful because, I mean, Saad has really been dominating these chance creations as Vieira, the DM, steps in. That's what you get. Great step from Lockman here. Into Taggart, into Haaland, hesitation, R9, intercepted by KDB. I think Mendy's going to get to that. He does. Is he going to cross? He doesn't. Hesitates back, Hullet. Into Taggart again, probably across to Mbappe. No, back to Hullet. Into R9, dancing. Mendy again, player lock, Cafu. That guy. Mr. Underrated, I want to say, in these teams. Cafu doesn't get the credit, but he's holding it down. And that's better from Ryan. There's a little bit more sustained pressure. But as we're seeing from Saad, he's really focusing on this Dinho side, which is what he needs to do and what we were asking for in that Nagiti series.
Gets it back a bit more centrally before Nayla comes across to make the challenge, and starting from a wider position, or maybe even just a bit more involved earlier in the build-up. Put a fork in that one for now, because Haaland is through. Haaland off the right peg. Will hit that into the top corner. Nayla says, oh, let's go Perth.
That is, I want to say, Ryan special, Nayla special. He taught me that one. You tap L1, you send your striker on a run. You fizz it in with an R1X driven pass into your striker, and you hit a first-time L1 triangle. But obviously with the caliber of these players, they make that pass most of the time, and obviously Haaland just holding his line, goes straight through, and as we've said many times, that right foot of Haaland, it feels like a 5-star weak foot, you know, and it's just one of those things that Saad's not happy about it because he's had those chances and now he's 1-0 down, but this is also a Saad special, which is this little kickoff he does here where he gets Dinho down the line, he starts dancing, he pushes your team back almost instantly. Ryan able to defend it for now.
Credit to Nayla for not overplaying it as well. We know he can score goals in FC 24 if previous iterations of the game have frustrated him on occasion. He's been forced to play a bit more defensively than he needs to. Can someone get that? Thank you. He's able to express himself creatively and also just hit your standard, as you said. Well, it feels like he's not, but it feels like that 5-star weak foot from Haaland, who just leathers it.
Yeah, he's had a little unfortunate sequence of plays there.
Trying to ignore it.
Nearly giving up the ball there, giving up another chance. That obviously his players running into each other. But Ryan is still, I mean, the game, just like the Vardy Mark game, where feels like he's got this goal, but Saad's been dominating the play. But Haaland, back stick, going to take a touch here. Play it lock into R9. L1, reverse, locked up. I mean, that's the classic there. That reverse goes through, it's a goal. But half-time, Ryan, Nayla's going to be happy about this. Saad, probably not happy.
After dominating that little, let's say 15, 20 in-game minute period, it is Nayla that runs straight through of what I'm going to call the TikTok routine. I think you called it the Ryan Nayla special, but what we're all trying to do at the start of any FC, find the easiest way to score, particularly from kickoff. Saad, you can see that frustration. We love the passion from these competitors. Marcus, anything more to add to it? Is it really that straightforward and Saad's got to be left kicking himself?
I think he just needs to, I mean, sounds simple, but just do what he's doing. He's getting Dinho into great spaces, and he's even made the extra pass, which he wasn't getting against Nagiti. Nagiti was being able to intercept it with his centre-backs, but in this game, he's been able to make that extra pass, and he's been unlucky with the keeper. Czech's been doing great, finishing's a bit off, a combination of things, but it's one of those halves where you don't look back as he does the kickoff I'm talking about, and it goes to Dinho. He's going to drag in Rio Ferdinand out wide. So I'll stop my point if Ryan stops the attack, or if Saad scores, Arnott picks the ball up, another great touch, heavy touch, and
Mate, I'm going to let you go along with it regardless because I want to ask what I'm sure many people watching along want to know. Can Sard stop that? Nayla, please, let us make 1 point.
no, it's all good, but it's more so one of those halves where you don't want to overthink it. I'm not sure if he's going to, like he has a coach that reviews his games or other competitive players, but it's a half you look back and you think, I didn't really do much wrong. I just need to make sure I just make slightly better decisions in and around the box and I will score. You don't want to overthink it and start changing this, changing that as Mbappe wins that touch and Cafu was out of position just for half second there. Mendy, step over boost, ball roll into Cafu. Slight chance there for Ryan. If he took the right side and he went away from Cafu, he was definitely on there for a pass into the middle, but great defending there from Sard and Cafu, who I'm going to keep going on about, but I'm going to just, keep hyping up his stocks.
We've all got
stocks.
our favourites, exactly, and then have a look at him on the market and see how much A-League Australia affects things. I mean, particularly with Sard, with Ronaldinho. It's happening for him every time. Against Nagiti, it felt like Ronaldinho had to get inside the attacking penalty box for him to get the ball. Can Nayla stop what is easy money at the moment for Sard in the build-up? Oh, 9, oh yes, oh no, Petr Cech, what a save, one of the saves of the day.
Sard not happy with that one. Ryan, eyes as wide as a goldfish, was really happy that one didn't go in. But top of the box again, finesse, blocked. Okay, that's a better routine from Sard. Probably his best corner routine we've seen of the day. Okay, blocked, that's all right. It's good. As Mbappe gets the ball again, slips it to Lockie Wales, who's really been involved in this game. Van Dijk wins the ball, gives it back. Mbappe hesitating, moving, reverse Elastico.
That's a challenge.
I think a lot of these guys know each other so well that they are just stepping off and waiting for them to make that move. Elastico, reverse Elastico, step over boost. But Ryan doesn't give the ball, gives the ball away again, and he's under pressure again. Dinho, ball roll, cut back, gets blocked. Another corner routine. Is he going to go for the finesse? Is he going to go for a cross? Doesn't exactly have the height in his team, so the cross is unlikely. Dinho top of the box. Doesn't finesse, doesn't do anything. He's waiting. Vieira, as we've said, always in this position, and he's going to have to recycle it.
It's gone, Marcus. It's gone yet again. We were so impressed last time because at least it was clear. It was efficient, and you might not like it. You might hate it as much as you hate our goalkeeper chat. It can be the difference between winning and losing. In E-League Australia, those little margins can add up. Mbappe, Sard, 2 defenders, past the first, past the second, keeper on the ground, but Nayla survives again.
Wow, Ryan almost boxed in Sard there, but he was able to just wiggle through and then gets to the last moment as Ryan gives the ball away, and it's 1-1. Big mistake from Nayla. I want to say it was coming, but maybe not that way. Big mistake from Nayla. He's not happy with this himself. Sard, big celebration. And he honestly, he deserved that. In that way, you can't say no because Ryan gave the ball away. Just sloppy at the back and game on.
Maybe just thinking that extra pass ahead. It seems so formulaic. Maybe some people watching on saying, how possibly at this level? Is this really the best of the best? Well, it's not just that individual players at Marcus. That was off the back of a lot of sustained pressure.
Yeah, and Ryan has been playing with fire all game. Not necessarily in that kind of sense of losing the ball with his centre-backs, but he's been absorbing a lot of pressure. And when that happens, you want to play back to your keeper and take your time. And one of the first times he's done that, he's made a mistake. So I'm not sure if mentally it's going to play into his mind. He's not going to do that again because it's really the right thing to do. He just executed it in the wrong way. So Ryan's going to be looking to make amends quickly as Hullet bursts through. Arnott misses that pass.
Who intercepted it, sorry?
Intercepted.
It's Cafu.
Well, I mean, it's one of those things that... Another giveaway here at the back here. This time it's Sard. Tag it. Into Rude Hullet. Shot cancel. Alexi Vitalas. And that guy Vieira locking up for Sard. Now we've got Mbappe running the wings here. He's going to have to follow this with Van Dijk. Make him cut back. He does. Arnott gets the ball in the middle here. Bryant leaves him. Ooh. Goal for Western United. And just like that, 1-0 down to 2-1. Sard runs to the camera and says, I'm here. Ryan, if he wants to keep this unbeaten streak, needs to show up.
Electrifying. Admittedly, with errors at the start of most of the passages of this play, but you cannot deny that finish from what is frustratingly R10. William Sard not just making a game of it, taking the lead indeed. And again, why with the extra pass? Why with the player lock? I'm going to keep going. I'm going to finish. Marcus, the last time I sat down next to you, you said, that's a bit of R9 tax right there. You've got some of the best players in the entire game. Sometimes just hold down, shoot, man.
100%. Nayla did move the keeper, but he just didn't defend that space there on the wing. He brought two guys there, was mainly defending with Van Dijk. Could have manually switched as the dig comes down. Slight chance there, but yeah, he could have maybe defended the wing a bit better with R1 and just using the AI to assist him and cover the middle, because that pass was always going to the middle. Assad gives away the ball uncharacteristically. We're nearly in the 70th minute now, and I feel like it's not pause territory, but it's definitely this. It's slowing the game down. Ryan is probably one of the best pressers in our region, along with Mark, so I'm not surprised to see this kind of pressure coming on. But Saad is also one of the best players holding the ball, so he needs to just relax here, as Mbappe is not through there. Wishful thinking, but that Rio Ferdinand is quick. Ryan, very, very dangerous game here as he gives the ball away again in the middle here.
What is going on? Every time Marcus and I literally just try and sit back, we lean forward into gamer mode again, because you never know when there's going to be a turnover. Yes, the press has been fantastic. Yeah, it's a high stakes game, but you can't finish half a sentence. Taggart's in the way there. Thank you. Can we just have a pause, even if it's by the referee in an earlier foul, to take a breath?
There we go from Saad. He's just sat back there. He's taking a little breather because he knows now. He's looked at the clock and he's saying, okay, 72 minutes. Like, I'm up a goal. Is it going to be enough? Maybe, maybe not. But let me play the game in a way where you have to come get it. As Dinho is dancing right now into KDB here. Tries to fizz into the middle, gets it back. Arna gets it back into Mbappe, step over. And, oh wow, great defending from Rio Ferdinand. We all thought he would step over boost and shoot. He step over as it cuts back and gets red. Speaking of getting red, Garuccio helping out there. And wow, they are playing a risky game here at the back here. No pauses as well. It's pure vibes from these two, which is, I want to say surprising from Saad. Not surprising from Nayla. I know he's like this. And he needs to keep the game in a fast tempo, because as soon as Saad slows it down, it's going to be much harder for him to get back into the game. As Mendy gets here, play lock into the middle, R9 into Haaland. He's going to play the fullback. He's not. He hits R9, step over Bruce Green. And just like that, we're back all square, Nate. Saad not happy with himself. And
Well, you can move that goalkeeper. It's a little bit too late for mine. Clean through, brushes off the defender. That centre-back pairing has been much talked about. No VVD. Saad, one of the few competitors not selecting. Big Verge, and certainly one of the few top competitors, if you like. More speculation about who, if anyone, will stop R9, but that might be a moment that gets Saad thinking.
Well, it's funny because I was looking at the player cams during that little celebration, and they're both shaking their head in anger. Ryan's upset about that goal. Saad's obviously upset about that goal. So it's great though, because they both feel like they deserve to win. So we're going to see a good 10 minutes here. Back and forth, no pauses, no subs, just pure vibes. As R9 gets the ball again here, he's going to have to hold it up, give it back to Paddy V. KDB's looking for the pass inside. It is on. He's just taking his time. Lucky Wales into Mbappe again. L1 stop. Steps right. He's not defending. Rebound. Goal. He deserved that. He deserved that. I mean, he stepped him up. Ryan did not defend. Let him go straight through. Big goal for Saad.
Deserved it, says Marcus Gomes. I don't know. After that shot where he went near post, you could say, oh, it's small decisions and reflex and whatnot. Fortuitous, perhaps, for the ball to land back to Ronaldo. Hey, that move to get on through, about as good as you will see.
I mean, it just wasn't great defending from Ryan. He moves the keeper to the right near post, and the shot is in the middle. Like, Saad definitely didn't shoot it in the best way possible. And just like in real life, you shoot it there, your keeper's always going to palm it there. I know it sounds a rebound, but there's nowhere else where your keeper is going to palm the ball.
Rose defending rebounds now. I don't know what to do.
This is FC. This is competitive gaming. You're doing whatever it takes to win. And now Saad has 7 minutes plus added time to see the game out. I want to see if he starts doing what we know him for, Saad ball, which is not that. It's definitely holding the ball, not giving it away. So Ryan Nayla does this to people where he makes the tempo of the game so quick that you just get caught up in it.
But how good from Saad to adjust. Like, if I was watching, wasn't aware, maybe didn't obviously have the Western United uniform, I'd be like, is this Saad? Is this really Saad? He has adapted superbly.
He might want it to be Saad as Mbappe goes through. Keeper movement. No. Wow. Ryan thought he was going to move keeper, and he doesn't. Vitalis, player lock, cancelled.
Lucky Wales, baby.
Big win. KDB locked up by Lockman. Haaland into R9, step over boost, into Mbappe, step over boost again. Wow.
What
Wow,
a game,
wow,
friends. 3-3. Do not take your eyes off this one. Surely a little moment or two still to come. We've had 6 of them so far. Nayla never saying die.
No reaction from Nayla. He's still not happy, I think, about that goal he's given up. Saad obviously really frustrated, but you said, wow, look at Saad playing up to the speed that Nayla's playing. He needs to play his game here. Now, unfortunately, it's a bit too late. You need to go get a goal if you want to win this game or settle for another draw on the night. Just at the end of the world against a top player, but in a position where you're leading twice, you're going to be pretty disheartened. So now, 87th minute, he's going to go for his kickoff. Told you, every time.
We got there though.
Ryan's
we got there,
on.
Marcus. I said, can you stop it? Hey, 88th minute, he stopped it.
Nayla, he's not going to play last attack. He's going straight forward. This is how he plays. He's going straight forward. Mendy's getting the ball here into Mbappe, who's been the main man in this kind of Haaland. Picks up the ball from the player lock. Tries to force a pass, doesn't work, gets it back. R9 picks up the ball, spins Maldini. And look at the sigh of relief. Saad scratching his head. We've all been there thinking, what have I just done? And it's that won it for Perth Glory. Fighting back twice to maybe take this one at the end.
Nayla still doesn't look happy on the outside, on the inside, and give it a slurpee, a sip or two to settle down. If it stays this way, one of the games of the season so far, we're not quite done just yet. Does Nayla have what it takes to now just be a little un-Nayla and lock it down? Saad obviously looking for Dino. Here he is, he's actually through, because guess who's pushed up again? He's going to get one more chance, and it's telegraphed.
It's not great there. There is 3 minutes though here, Nate, so there is time. If he gets a little team press, maybe something can happen. As Nayla gives the ball up, again, Dino running down the line. Can he cut back here? I'm expecting a Borrell scoop. No Borrell scoop. Borrell into Mbappe. Needs to go forward. Forces it to Van Dijk. He blocks it, and that will be game over. And what a win for Nayla and Perth Glory. Saad back in his chair, furious with himself. But honestly, Nate, he only has himself to blame.
How many times do we say, well, look back on that, on one or two little mistakes, hey, the passes were not connecting. Can you play at the level of the Nayla intensity, if you will? The answer was yes, but only, crucially only, for 85 in-game minutes. And guess who's there at the end, playing his way until the end. Admittedly not happy, still apparently just yet. Look forward to when Nat has a little chat with him in a moment. On the other side of it, that's the face of a man who's like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? You've seen the prize money that's on the line. Top dog going all the way through to global competition. I feel like we could spend another few hours breaking this one down. Marcus, every little pass, every little shot. What about Nayla? 2 chances going near post. When the keeper moved, where do we start?
Such a back and forth game.
Welcome back to E-League, powered by Nivea. Man, I don't know why I said powered by, brought to you, put on by, literally any other word except the word that I used.
We'll allow it.
You'll allow it, thank you. Please forgive me. Because we're going to have to forgive Saad. I mean, he was so close to having another draw, which would have been better than the loss that he was awarded here right at the end there. It's tough. It was really tough, but on the other hand, you have to say, Mitch, that it was a fantastic performance by Nayla to be able to match every goal that Saad was bringing to him, to be able to take it just by one goal at the end.
Yeah, it was backwards and forwards match, wasn't it? Saad took the lead, and great fighting spirit there to come back for Nayla. But as I said, it was a tough one to predict before the game. I was going to side with Saad, but I think Nayla's sort of previous experience kind of took it for me. But as I said, it's one of those with Saad. Just don't know. He's got all the ability, but there's just something there when he just can't seem to close out the games. But credit to Nayla. It's that's professionalism on his point, and it's a great win.
Yeah, I mean, we will have time to talk to him, but so many times, I say so many times, it's only day number 2, okay, right? It's only week number 2, so I am being, a little bit over the top here when I say it, but normally when someone goes 1 up, it's very easy for them to then go 2 up, and then all of a sudden we're seeing 3 up. But today, it's felt like the complete inverse of what we saw for day 1. It's either draws or people are just kind of getting that one extra goal. So what exactly maybe could be happening today, or tactics being figured out, Marcus, that makes these games so close?
I think people are definitely adjusting to how people play. Even after one game week, they've seen the games, they've noticing patterns. So it's one of those ones where they're going to be close to games, especially against his top players, which is why Saad is probably going to be so disappointed, because he had that lead twice, especially so late on. And I was telling to Nate that he didn't play his style of holding the ball at the end. He got kind of roped into that Nayla fast pace kind of FC game, didn't hit a pause and just got overwhelmed at the end, and he's going to be looking back at that one thinking, why did I not just slow the game down? But hey, it's a lesson learned, and it's good to learn them early on than later.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a Nayla mind control going on as well. He's kind of getting in the brain of Saad there. But either way, Nayla gets away with the win here. So let's bring him on. Let's have a bit of a chat with him. Nayla, congratulations on a win. I know it's probably not the cleanest win, something you're the most comfortable or happy about, but surely there is still at least some relief and some happiness about getting a win.
Relief. I don't know about happiness. Like, as you said, it was a pretty dirty win. I don't know how I got 2 goals in 2 minutes. So, a bit lucky, but we'll take it.
Hey, no luck here. It's all skill. You played phenomenally. I do want to know, how are you able to, Saad gets 1 goal on you, keep this aggression going and not really get in this mind space of having to put more effort on your defense to be able to, keep that aggression going, and then also even it up, and then also put yourself in a position to be able to get 2 goals in 2 minutes?
There's never effort on my defense. I just run at them, hope. If I get the ball with Mbappe or R9, I'm confident. But yeah, I don't know. If I go 3-0 off, I'm still pressing. So that's the way I play.
All right, there's never going to be any defense for Nayla. I also want to know, Marcus was telling me a little backstory about how you like your Slurpees and all that sort of stuff. So I thought to get a little bit of personality out of you, favorite Slurpee flavor and least favorite?
I'm going to talk about 7-Eleven here, because I think they're the best out there. I think the reason I was playing so bad today is because I had to get watermelon. I have it here. I had to get watermelon instead of cola because the Coke machine wasn't working. So Coke's the best, and worst. Raspberry's alright, but I don't know. Not
Raspberry's pretty down there?
Yeah, I'm not a fan.
Okay. I thought you were going to say some super extravagant grapefruit and, I don't know, lychee or some random flavors they come out with these days.
I'm out in the woods. We only get cola and raspberry. So over here, we don't have much.
All right, it's one or the other, or you're lumped with watermelon and almost fighting for your life for a draw over there.
Yeah, I had 1 sip and thought, nah, I was having water.
I feel like watermelon's going to go to the bottom there, but look, the 1 sip of watermelon Slurpee did it for you, Nayla. Congratulations on the win. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you.
Go Perth.
Should've told me.
Cutie. What a cutie. I also love so much how hard Marcus tries to defend Nayla as well. Like in this, unbiased. These are professional aspects of Nayla that we like. And so defensively, you know, it's just like a bit of give or take. Nayla's like, no, I don't really defend. Hey, I get up forward and score goals. Like,
we are polar opposites. And that's why it's so funny we were in teammates, because I'm like, Ryan, we're winning 3-0. We can just see the game out. And he's thinking, but we could score 6. We could score 7. So that's why it's fun to watch.
What if we were 10-0?
Exactly.
You know?
And he thinks aggregate. And especially in this situation where the goal difference matters, he's thinking, how many goals can I score? And you saw in that first game today. But look, he said it. He got a bit lucky today. He needs to find the right Slurpee flavour for next time, because he's not going to get bailed out again like that. And he made some big mistakes in defence, and he knows that. But he'll be happy. Win's a win. He's unbeaten still. Happy days for the Perth camp.
Mate, he did that on watermelon. Imagine what he can do on cola.
I'm assuming week 1 was cola week.
Oh, yeah.
Week 2 is watermelon week. We're just
Raspberry week 3, maybe. We'll see how the form
I don't know.
goes.
We'll definitely see him drop down the ladder if he has to resolve to
Marcus is
raspberry.
dying, so I love this so much.
So funny. He's so funny. He's just got great personality, and he plays really great FC. It's entertaining to watch. You know, if you're rooting for him, or it's a bit like, can you please defend? But if you're a neutral, it's just great to watch.
For like Perth Glory fans as well, because we talk about people being fans, the competitors. If you're a fan of your A-League club or whatever, respectfully to former competitors like Peter Cesanis has been sublime. What about Nayla? It would be about as excited as you might get this season, I reckon. Come finals time, maybe even more so.
I mean, I'm curious, you know, whatever happens, how he's going to kind of go when it does come down the line for himself, because I really do look at it when all the other players are playing, the tactics, the formations that they come with, how quick they are to take those pauses and fall back onto their defense. And whilst it is a history that you've already talked about, this is a Nayla thing, I just have to wonder what is going to be the path forward for him, because I don't think you can keep getting away with things like this. The aggression is fantastic, don't get me wrong. I love watching it as a spectator, but when it comes to that competitiveness, it's just like, what is really going to happen here? But someone who's very good with his defense is Nagiti. We're going to be seeing him up next, Nagiti and Noah. We actually haven't seen a Noah game on the mainstream yet, so we unfortunately didn't get to cover him last week. But for yourself, Mitch, Nagiti, Noah, maybe a easier series to put some words and predictions out for?
Yeah, I think Nagiti's probably the clear favourite, I'd say, here. But look, as we said, it's FC and anything can happen. But I think, Nagiti's such a strong player, and I think he's, definitely going to expect to get himself a few goals here. And as we said, goal difference is a major player at the end of the season.
It is, and let's get into this game then. Nagiti up against Noah with Nate and Mitch.
Thank you very much, Nat. Thank you, Marcus. And thank you, 7-Eleven, unofficially.
Boost is better.
Your second last round of the night, Nagiti 1-1 against Sard earlier. Western Sydney Wanderers man who last week when Western Sydney in the A-League men's not having a great time, he was giving them plenty of reasons to smile. Shout out Nayla for giving us a few more. And what we saw last week and what you can have again, a Barello assist, an R9 goal, and Nagiti up and running quick smart.
Well, I said Nagiti was going to try and get some goals on the scoreboard, but I was not expecting him to score so soon. Really good start for Nagiti. He's going to really try and take it to Noah. Not the start that Noah would have been after. Really can't be conceding 2 minutes in.
I reckon Marcus would be saying something like, if Noah can keep it tight for a little bit, then we'll see. And then he's hustling for plan B and whatnot. It's been a difficult start for Noah, of course. An excellent season 6 of A-League Australia. Back as he very much deserves, I should say, the Newcastle Jets. With this new format, 12 competitors only in this elite tier, if you like. There's nowhere to hide. There's also sort of nowhere to warm up with these unlocked accounts, Mitch, these players. We've seen a few competitors. It might not happen later. It still might. You get into the box with R9, you hold down shoot and enjoy your time here. Sometimes it's that simple. Sometimes you don't need to overthink it, but if you've never used them before, you kind of want to see what's under the hood, so to speak.
Oh yeah, I'm not sure. I think the guys get the accounts maybe a day or two before the actual
There's time to practice, I'll tell you that
so
much.
There's time to practice and get acquainted with the players, experiment with the teams, and obviously doing your research, looking back on games, your opponents from previous weeks. So there's definitely no excuses at the end of the day for the players. They've got everything that they need to at least be at their best come game day.
Yeah, point earlier and a point a little later, because we have people saying, oh, I'd like to play in the E-League. Shout out to your watching through the A-League's website, watching on Twitch. The opportunities there, get involved. You start playing Ultimate Team. We've seen competitors rise through, obviously now with E-League challenges. A lot of opportunities. Keeper brought out there, by the way, something to look at if Nagiti's going for the cross. It means that competition for these spots is absolutely fierce. We're going to see. What do we want to say? I was going to put a number on it. Too many predictions so far, Mitch, but
yeah,
at least 2 of the 4 from challenges, in my opinion, make their way through that gauntlet and to the playoffs to meet the likes of Nagiti, who, with Ingham stopping his attacker there, is just holding on. I dare say 2, and I rarely say this, Mitch, but a second goal. I'm just not sure what Noah could possibly do against the likes of Nagiti, who's dominated the FC24 calendar locally.
Yeah, it's really backs to the walls here for Noah. As you said now, I'm struggling to see what Noah can possibly bring to try and get himself at least I don't like to write players off early into the match, should I say, but as I said, Nagiti, once he gets going, really hard to stop. One of the main informed players of the competition as well. And I think we're just sort of starting to see a bit of a gap now between the sort of top 5 players and maybe even questionably some of the E-League challenges that maybe should have been in the I mean, what are we calling it, Nate?
Just the E-League,
E-League,
but I tend to talk up a little bit the very top 12, and it's the first time that we've done it like that in the history of this 7-season competition. It's the best that OCE has ever been. And so if you get one of those coveted spots, and I'm going to have to call out the likes of JMK, Paddy, maybe Noah. If you get beaten by a Challengers competitor who for maybe 6 years has been asking to compete and couldn't quite get in, I'll get off Twitter that day, let me just put it that way. Because Nagiti, in form, one of those who's been there early doors for Western Sydney, he's back, he's got the main spot and showing that he deserves it.
Yeah, he's putting on a clinic now, Nagiti. It's almost too easy ball into R9, and as you said, Nate, it's just a matter of pressing circle in that position, and there's only one place that's ending up.
Looking at the 4-2-1-3, sorry,
Yeah.
something we saw a little bit at the start of FC24, and so credit to Noah for, I guess, throwing something different, but I haven't seen it in competitive play, look, for months.
Maybe he's accidentally put in the
I'd like
wrong
to
formation,
think not.
maybe?
Please, no. I can't see that level
I think did we have that once?
Look, I will go there and say last season.
I think we've
happened with competitors, 2 of them. I guess I won't name their names. That would be my middle ground for you, Mitch. Selecting their tactic, not realizing they hadn't set it up yet, but
yep.
No excuses this season. You got the time to prepare. If you want to just have some fun with it, not defend, not set stuff up, as long as you're not complaining and you're putting on a show, I'll be delighted. Noah sending me a DM hours ago saying, Nate, I'm still going to use Yashin. Heard what you said about him. No competitor will win a game with him in goal. 2-0 down after 22 in-game minutes.
Yeah, and just looking at the replay there as well, looked like Yashin did get almost
he'll get a hand to it.
2 hands to it, but
he'll get a hat to it, but he ain't going to stop it.
Polo mint hands straight through. Funnily enough, I currently have Yashin in my ultimate team, so question for you, Nate. I've got Edwin van der Sar or Yashin.
Van der Sar, that's the easiest question heard for a while. Confirming as well, Adelaide United fans, we got to see your man a little bit earlier tonight. Matt Bro is leading 2-1. This could be a happier note to end his day, finally able to get his E-League up and running after missing out last week. Nagiti, look who's in the middle. Trying to chest it down, arguably. Doesn't even need to compete. Haaland in the area. We keep saying the aerial threat so dangerous. Can even just stand his ground, apparently.
It's just impossible to stop, isn't it?
Unless you get creative, yeah.
When the likes of Virgil van Dijk can't even stop it. Oh.
He tried it again. Again, you shit as well. Fair enough, Nagiti. He went direct in game 1 against Sard. He's tried it here as well. When that goalkeeper's moved out of the way, I respect it. Opportunity on the break. Noah. Really enjoyed representing the Jets back again. The 9-minute halves that we have in the competitive game mode, there is certainly plenty of time, but you can just get the feeling he could hold that ball in the attacking penalty area for how many minutes, Mitch? And Nagiti's got the passing lanes covered in the middle.
Just seems to be reading everything Noah's throwing at him. Whether it's, just feel like he needs to try and add a little something else to his game. It's all a little bit, as I said, too easy to read for Nagiti. Maybe try a few different skill moves or change up the formation. It's really poor passing. It's so easy to read.
Yeah, the left and right winger just isolated. The fullbacks are up high, intercepted almost every time. Bit of a gamble. That's not paying off. Ingham again. Hey, if there's a bright note there, A-League men's player standing up. One of those unquantifiable things we love about AFC. Sure, you can have all the best players, the best, stats, playstyle plus, whatever. Some players just do it for you, Mitch, and we love that. We're going to see it in the challenges as well, no doubt. Wonderful, unique aspect we've had throughout the history of the A-League. You see them step up?
Definitely, we've seen it in the past. All the seasons, there's been a few A-League heroes, but Noah, big save there from Czech.
Good goalkeeper.
Really good save. But as I said, Nate, the A-League players really do find themselves stepping up.
Reward perhaps for those truly passionate A-League fans enjoying EVOs out of A-League competition, able to take your favourite players and make them go to here using the base items. Some really good play styles in there. All about just a bit of experimentation. We've seen like bronze foot items. We could go on about it. It really isn't about that overall number. Sometimes you know how to use them inside out. I will stop now, but I don't know. Something about a bronze foot item, blitzing past like a TO or something, a fullback, just gets me going.
Definitely. I still remember season 1 trying to score with my 62 rated rare bronze card, but failed drastically.
In the middle, it was making the run. It was very well done from Noah. Respect, some good build-up, very meta build-up as well, I will say, and yet Nagiti again, comfortable defending anything in the middle.
It's better from Noah. Started to create a couple of chances and actually give Nagiti something to think about. Maybe even take a leaf out of his book, crossing it into Haaland. We know how dangerous.
Mbappe, I was going to say dancing through, but Noah brings across the second man, and the AI as well knows what's going on there.
As
you don't
always.
take that cross early. There's no pass across. I feel like I'm watching again. I said it before. I feel like I'm watching Mark 11 sometimes. The Western Sydney jersey. Got to remind myself he's moved on to Melbourne City. We've got Nagiti now, but I missed the Mark 11 step over spam.
It even came up before the start of the game. The account was still under Mark 11's name, Western Sydney Wanderers. It brought back a couple of memories from last season, but as I said, he's moved on to Melbourne City this season, and they obviously have a very good esports program there. Always looked after their players really well from what I've seen.
Ball's going to enter the feet of Mbappe. Extra pass across. Haaland with the finish. Exactly what Noah could not afford. Exactly what has Nagiti reacting like that. 3-0 at the half. This one just maybe could be done already.
Yep, I'm afraid so. Now it's really a question of what, I guess, damage limitation for Noah. Really not sure how he gets himself back into this game. I'm not sure about you, Nate, but to be honest, I think the formation has really made it difficult for Noah.
When he's gone early, that early ball is simple, over the top, through ball, or down the line to your winger, sure. But if you're trying to build it up, I'm sorry, they're so isolated. Teo and Piraeus as well, stepping up, making easy reads. And as you can see there, he's sticking with it. Wonder how much practice went into it as we have a look at the action to start off with. I need that header, that ball to Mbappe back, because surely he's offside if that's from Nagiti's player. Does that mean it's off the defender? I really need it back a few more times.
Yeah, we need a couple of different angles there to see it. But yeah, it's really, I'm just sort of struggling to see sort of, I guess, a pattern of play here for Noah. I'm just really not sure. He almost kind of looks like he doesn't exactly know what he's doing himself.
Yeah, that's all we really want. Obviously, top 12 competitors. We run the rule over them this season, particularly saying that the E-League challenges are coming for your spot if you're not ready to lose a game. Look, the very first one to start off the night, little 5-0 loss against Mark 11, but here we are saying, no. Our competitor's actually got a style of play. It's Mark 11. He looked ready. We reckon he'll come good, and of course, later on in the night, gets the easy W. It's not necessarily, at least always, about that scoreline. We want to know what you're about. Is there something repeatable you can do? It's where we start to say things like, oh, that's side ball. Well, that's how Nayla plays, because it is developing your style of play you can rely on. And we'll see you progress in the E-League, not just this season, but throughout all the seasons, to be fair.
Yeah, I think it's about just, as you said, maturing and progressing as a player. And obviously having a style of play, like you said, is a huge thing for these guys. And maybe Noah's just maybe not fully, as I said, it's different games each year, isn't it? It's sometimes you've got to try and adapt to a new game, work different things out. Many a time we see it, players really good one year, the next year can't adapt, to how the game is and really do struggle.
They're joining the commentary for season 1 of the E-League. I'll put my hand up.
It's better on this side.
You're quite right, though. I've never understood. People are like, what's the same game every year? And I'm like, well, then why do you get somebody making, top 2, should have been top 1, of the World Championship and then struggling, so to speak, at the start? Little differences and the gameplay adapting over times as well. Got to know when to start, when to go, or if you just want to play side ball, that's fine too. You'll find out how far that gets you. Good career locally, but step up internationally. These are the things we like to get into. We'll start a podcast one day, won't we, Mitch, about esports at the highest level for those really passionate about what it does take and what we've seen. As for now, Nagini, I thought he's going to shoot with Barello, have a bit of fun with it. Goal difference could be critical come the end of the season. He's one of those competitors, if not the competitor, having a look at that top spot.
Definitely, and he's defended very well there, Noah. As you said, Nate, touching back onto the esports, many a time I have conversations with, let me say, the above 50 age bracket, and trying to explain the kind of the mental aspects of these esports athletes, as you call them, the pressures that they're under. They're really, it's really hard to kind of explain to them how how difficult these matches are, but.
If you're watching on and you're new, and again you're thinking, oh, isn't this just your average Div Rivals Weekend League game? Stay tuned for the interviews, now asking some really good questions about the mentality that goes into it, some competitors preferring to stay fresh. Here on the lounge, Nate Lost, Mitch Austin, we just want to see a style of play that is reliable for Noah Jar at the Newcastle Jets. All I've got for you so far, Mitch, is again, when he plays that ball early to a winger, sometimes he gets through. Apart from that, that's all I got for you. A few numbers behind the ball, of course. The 4-2-1-3, but in attacking sense, against Nagiti with the start that he had in week 1, give us some substance.
As you said, I think he is playing a lot out to the wingers, but I almost feel like it's just so easy for the fullbacks just to step in front, intercept the ball. Nagiti's on the attack, and they're really playing high and wide, those wingers. By just touching back, it's just really difficult to try and pinpoint what Noah's actually, I guess, trying to achieve here. And Nagiti constantly looking for that ball into the box for Haaland.
Getting through here on the first occasion, essentially. Noah, what do you got for us at the end of it? A compilation goal, I would not say no. Pull it, Petr with a wonderful diving save. There we go, turnover. Have a second, perhaps.
Must be listening to us.
Sometimes they do, apparently. Deo, Mbappe, back onto the left. Rio, what to read. having a little chat off air with Marcus. Can we get Maldini out of these lineups and get Rio in ASAP, assuming VVD's your first centre-back picked?
Really think he's just got to make some changes now. Bring some subs to try and affect the game. Nothing's really changed. 65 minutes in nearly. I feel like it's really just continued. And the
Fourth one's coming. The
there we
fourth
go.
one's there. Oh dear. Noah, please change it up. Formation, little something you shouldn't out of goal. Probably won't happen for us, but why don't we credit one of the class competitors now for the last few years, the man who locally has been so informed, Nagiti, for the Wanderers. Clinical, professional, unstoppable.
As you said, Nick, clinical, I think just about sums up the performance today. Professional, really has not missed a beat, Nagiti. Everything he's done it with purpose. Moved the ball well. Skill moves on point. But he just seems he attacks with purpose. He knows what he's doing, whereas, as you said, Noah's just looked a little bit lost today. Really has struggled to find any kind of momentum in the attacking third, and his defence has not really been great either to match it. So really needs to have a look at what he does for his next match.
O'Neill around the corner, nicely done. There's the extra player, but of course he wants to use R9. It goes a bit too wide for his liking. Forced to pass it inside. It breaks down once again.
I thought he could have even maybe just sneaked a shot off there as well with R9. Just seems to be trying to take the extra touch. Don't be afraid just to, as you said, you've got R9. Don't be afraid to hit the circle button. It's a good play from Nagiti.
Lovely pass inside as well. One of the passes of the day in what is quickly turning into one of the performances of the day. 5 of the best. We ain't done yet. Nagiti making up for lost time. Trying to avenge that 1-1 against Sard earlier today. What a pass through about 3 different defenders.
Tiki-taka football that. Absolutely carved Noah inside and out. Absolutely majestic football. That's what we've come to love and see from Nagiti.
Barely even reacts. I was hoping we'd get a little something out of that with the pass, but to be fair, that's breakfast, lunch and dinner. It's just the air he breathes. Nagiti, FC 24 excellence on repeat.
73 minutes in game now. I feel like we could still have at least another 2-3 goals, dare I say it.
Well, I hope we get an interview, if nothing else, because we feel like he's enjoying it. We're certainly enjoying it. I want to hear what he has to say about that game earlier today as well. I've enjoyed not just the player lock, but the player lock cancelled. The man from Western Sydney. A lot of competitors sort of telegraphed that. Nagiti keeping you guessing all the way through to the end. Mbappe, of course, he has to telegraph it as soon as I speak up. My bad.
Hey, always happens.
Mbappe back behind the halfway line. Haaland ideally would be further abroad too, because those heavy touches do come out. Teo all day, every day. Space in behind. Extra pass near side. Here we go. Nagiti looking for 6. Haaland as easy as you'd like. Absolutely tearing Noah apart. 6-0. We'll finally get that pause.
Yep. Starting to feel a little bit sorry for Noah here. It's just turning into an absolute massacre now. 6-0.
He's got the 4-3-2-1 set up. That's good. They're on very ultra rather defensive. So it's good to know it's somewhere
He's
hanging out.
something.
But guess we'll give it a few more minutes, a bit more time to see if it can be proficient. But I would have hoped, maybe I'm hoping for too much, Mitch, for a substitute before you're 6-0 down, 79 in-game minutes.
Well, I would have liked to have seen something. As we said, we talk about it season after season, making the right decisions in terms of making a change. Otherwise, time has proven to us, the longer the game goes on, 6-0 now, and now I decide to make a change. I think it's just a little bit too late. But the warning signs were there. I think at 2-0 down, I probably would have been looking to maybe try and change things up. You can almost tell when you're playing the game. You know when you're not in the game and you're sort of struggling to find any form. You don't want to be in a position where you're just sort of hanging on for dear life. At this level, you really have to be trying to change things, get on top of the game, control the game, because players like Ngidi, if you let him dictate the play, the score pretty much tells the story.
You get laced with the unlocked accounts, like bring on a player you enjoy using. You get a chance live on broadcast, clip it out, who knows, who might retweet it. At least have some fun with it. Don't just sort of get it over and done with these opportunities any have fought for. In your off-stream game, by the way, you'll see those highlights at the break. Happier news this week for 1v Nugget Nugsy. The man from Brisbane Roar with a 4-3 win, coming from behind to get 3 points. You'll be, if not delighted, at least relieved after last week, Mitch.
Yeah, definitely. As I said, I think Nugsy's always played very well. He's always had the ability, but it gets quite emotional, I think, when he plays, and he gets really invested in the matches. So I think that's one of the things you sort of really don't know what you're going to get from Nugsy on a I guess, match-to-match basis. But I'm glad he's managed to pick himself up a win. Really should do his confidence the world of good.
Big announcement, quite literally, when he was announced last season for MacArthur, now at Brisbane Roar. One of those who almost assuredly deserves one of these E-League main spots. We're going to make it count. Easier fixtures this week, but quality from that competitor. Well done, Nugsy, for here. We're looking for Noah to get at least on the board. 9-minute halves. You got 20 in-game minutes. Shut it. 20 real-life minutes. We've got to work out a new system for time when it comes to sports sims, please. Getting a bit ridiculous. Ingham again, by the way. Wonderful challenge initially. Point being, a goal, a hope, a dream. Give Noah a little something here. Time is running out quick.
Yeah, and as you said, you just got to try and enjoy these, these matches. Like I said, when you're on the broadcast, you never know when it's going to be your last season in the E-League. So I feel like you just got to try and enjoy yourself when you do get the opportunity on here. And obviously, players have been lucky enough to have many seasons in the E-League, but you just never know.
Great prize money for top 8. The amount of things we've seen out of this. Shout out Dylan Campbell, whose face I've now got to see for the next 40 years. The face of Nivea Men. Twitch ads everywhere. There are opportunities depending on what you're looking for. Ngidi, he's taken this opportunity with the plum, and he wants to go direct. I think Noah may well caught on. Will that stop Ngidi, though? Don't think so. Oh, please no. Yashin, his best work of the game. Something there.
He's got a touch
to enjoy. For Ngidi, righting the wrongs, as I'm sure he'll see it after that 1-1 result against Sard, putting himself very much in that conversation. Who's going to get that top spot? Who are going to be our best competitors? Maybe even get a little something when it comes to finals. Noah will be back, and he will have easier jobs at hand. But for Ngidi, Western Sydney Wanderers, if we got prime R9 sometimes, Mitch Austin, it feels like that was close to prime Ngidi.
That was prime Ngidi for me. Absolutely outstanding performance. As we said, just feel like Noah just, well, as we say, left it just a little too late, do we say? 6-0 before finally deciding to change something up a bit. It's just, you can't do it at this level, especially against a player of Ngidi's caliber. And he really looked like he was enjoying himself today.
Yeah, we want to focus on the positives where we can. And again, Ngidi, Western Sydney. I know there was a few fans on social media saying, what about Mark 11? He's moved across to Melbourne City. You got that E-League Challenges, where you got more of that content creator vibe, but some competitors who very much want their spot at the top. I think it's fair to say, Western Sydney, if you've missed out on Mark 11, you're not too unhappy, because this man has been in form throughout FC24. He's barely had a bad tournament, barely had a bad game.
100%. And I mean, if I'm Western Sydney Wanderers, I'm doing everything I can to try and keep hold of him. But obviously, Melbourne City must have given him a pretty good offer to get him over the line there. But as we said, they've got Ngidi to fill his shoes, I guess, in the regular E-League season. It's something that I wouldn't be too disheartened by. But yeah, it's as we said, going back to the E-League challenges. Some of the players there, I think touching on it before, really probably think they could be up to this level. So it's someone like Noah, especially a couple of the other players, have had quite a few heavy defeats. I think Paddy got beat, maybe was it 11-1 or something earlier on off
the goal
off
was a
Dylan.
consolation goal as well.
They're heavy defeats, especially in this division. So I feel like really you can't be getting beat by that sort of scoreline at this level.
Oh, well, there's nowhere to hide this season. There's nowhere to go either. Make sure you enjoy those highlights of that Nugsy win. And we're not done yet tonight. Stick around. We'll be back after this break.
still have one more round here on week 2 of E-League, presented to you by Nivea Men. We just had an absolute Class A showing from Nagiti. He takes it 6-0 against Noah. I know a lot of us were trying to reason that Noah would have come in, been able to go toe-for-toe, but I think after I saw how quickly the first goal happened, considering the pace of a lot of games today, it spelt disaster for me. It was really tough from then on for me to see Noah even be able to contest and be anywhere near the levels that Nagiti was on. But Marcus, I mean, I don't even know what to ask you because it's expected of Nagiti, but it's still tough to see it happen.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, Nagiti kind of showed him a bit of leniency in that game. I feel like if we told him you need to hit 10 goals, he could have done it. It's disappointing from Noah, to be honest, because I know he's a good player, and more so, it's this formation choice that really does baffle me. He's running the 4-2-1-3, which is basically a variation of the 4-3-3 with CDMs, and it's just something you don't see. Not saying it's not good, but it's something that's, kind of untested in the pro scene. So I'm not sure if that's something that's been working for him, but he's going to have to go back to the drawing board because it's not about conceding 6 goals. It happens to anyone. It's more about the fact that he couldn't score. It's very worrying for future games if you struggle to get on the score sheet in 18 minutes.
Yeah, sometimes, you might lose by 6 goals. There's a difference of 6, and it could just be a high-scoring game. Or this scoreline just doesn't reflect the game that was played. But when you look at this game and you see that 6-0, that's exactly what you expect of a 6-0 game. It is tough. I don't want to be too harsh because me being in that position, I don't think I could do any better. But just overall, it was tough to watch. Nagiti, though, getting a fantastic win for himself, getting those extra points. Let's bring him in. Let's have a chat with him. I'm sure he has a lot to say. Nagiti, congratulations. Absolutely fantastic win. I know you had the tough tie early today against Saad, so does this even it out and make it a good week 2 for you?
I don't think so. I feel like that draw against Saad felt like a loss. I definitely did not play well at all. It was terrible, but it was good to get 3 points on the board here against Noah.
What led to it being such a good game for you? I want to know from your point of view how you're able to keep this pressure and be scoring consistently throughout the game.
Yeah, no, I just figured out I just wasn't building up the correct way that I was used to, and I just had to fix up certain situations where I was losing the ball ridiculously with my left backs or just in the middle of the field, and so I just cleaned that up and then sort of just moved forward with the first 3 goals, and I just started playing the same way instead of last week where I went up a couple goals and then gave away a couple goals again as well. So just fixed up those little issues.
Do you think it's a good learning lesson from this game to be able to take forward into the future weeks, or are you not going to look too much into this one and just put it down to it was a really good game for you and a really tough one for Noah?
Yeah, no, I definitely can learn a few things from that game because I definitely improved my build up. That game was ridiculous. I felt like the difference in my game from that one to compared to Saad's one was so big. It was so huge, and so I feel like watching that game back, I can learn a few things what I can do next week. There's still tough matches coming up in the following weeks against Mark, Nayla, and so on. So I just got to be prepared and focused for those games.
Yeah, I know maybe people want me to talk more about this series that or the game that you just played there, but I actually want to go back to the Saad one. I want to know why exactly that build-up was tough for you. Was it just it being the first game of the night for you? Was there something more behind the scenes that we don't really know too much about for that build-up?
Yeah, no, it was just sort of he had his fullback was at left back, so everyone else plays with the A-League right back, and he just had the Cafu at right back. So I was just sort of adjusted to everyone just having an A-League right back, so I didn't really get myself aware, and then just started playing sloppy with the ball and try to abuse his right back. It never worked, so that's why I felt like I could have done much better if I was just more aware on the ball.
All right, that makes a little bit of sense. Nagiti, thank you so much for those answers. Congratulations again on the win.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
See ya. I had to get to the bottom of it. I needed to know from his point of view because, when it's a draw, I only get to speak to one of them still. And so I picked Saad. We had a bit of a chat with him. So I needed to get to the bottom of it on Nagiti's side. Why that first series, all the way back, all those hours ago, went the way it did for him. He just wasn't used to it. So maybe there was something more to Saad's tactics than, we've been not delving too much into because he's running a different formation. And we're like, okay, so what's the advantage? That was the advantage, Marcus.
Yeah, it's the formation, it's the lineup. You said with Cafu, no one's got their A-League right back on that side. And he's got, obviously, Cafu there holding it down. So, something that everyone's going to have to adjust to. Maybe he didn't do some pre-game scouting to see that was there and kind of caught him off guard early on, but he's also got Vieira on that side as well and sides 4-4-2. So I think everyone's going to find it hard to break down that typical side that we see in the 4-3-2-1 overload. So if someone like Ngiti's caliber kind of struggles, it's good signs for Sard, even though he obviously lost that game to Nayla.
Yeah, I was going to say he had a great start, then it was a bit of a rough one for Nayla. But it's nice to see a lot of variety in games that we've had today. But Nate, the one that's coming up now, fighting up against Dylan. Oh, it's going to be good. I mean, Dylan had a blinder. What did he end up going? 11 and something in his previous game?
I think 11-1 against Paddy. He's been stepping it up. I've been saying Dylan's sort of fallen off the pace just that little bit.
You.
Seems like today doesn't even need to be about me. If it doesn't want to be, please can it not be about me. I just want to see Dylan back to why he's sort of the face of Nibby Man. Why we sort of got that hype. We talk about Mark 11's success on the global scene. What about what Dylan did? So, like, recently, it feels like it's already been long forgotten. We're all like, oh, Mark 11, I wonder who's going to be next. Marcus, I know you're going to talk about Fighty. I know you're going to go on about him again. I want to see him at least, though, take a point. I don't want to keep hearing this, oh, he pushed a really good player, to the limits or whatnot. Bunch more draws. He's going to be gone. He's going to be looking down at challenges, competitors coming up against him, or are you going to say otherwise again?
No, I'm definitely going to say otherwise because he's playing against the cream of the best players. Dylan is one of the 4 that we think he's going to be around there, and he's going to prove, Dylan, that he's one of those 4 by beating Fighty, just like Ngiti did, just like Mark did. So a lot of pressure. Last game of the night, maybe a little bit of fatigue setting in. It's just one of those ones where I don't want to say it can go either way, but it really can.
Hey, look, fatigue might be setting in for the players. Fatigue has not set in for us. We're excited. It is our last round for tonight. So please, it is going to be casted by Marcus and Mitch.
Thanks for that. Looking forward to getting into this one. And I think just touching on it, what Nate just said, I feel like people forget what you do in the past. Most people just kind of think about, what Mark 11's doing right now, and you can almost forget, what Dylan's actually achieved in the last couple of years. Everything's all Mark 11 right now.
100%. I can speak from experience as Van Dijk stops that before I can go on with the point. But I can speak from experience of what Dylan during those years of FIFA 20, 21, 2022, those kind of years and previous competition years, he was really top tier. As Fighty gets a chance here, wow, that's green, and that's saved by Yashin. But yeah, Dylan's past achievements in competing have been unbelievable. So to say he's dropped a little bit, yeah, I guess could be fair, but it's more so others have just kind of risen up to the occasion. The likes of obviously Mark and then Ngiti as well. So it's anyone's game in terms of who can become the champion this year, who can get that World Cup spot. And just because Dylan lost that game last week to Ngiti after that amazing comeback, it doesn't mean that he's just fallen off a cliff. He's still there, he's still competing, and he's got something to prove.
I feel like Dylan kind of takes a few weeks as well to kind of hit his true best form.
Wow,
that's a big goal.
I mean, you talk about his best form, but definitely probably wasn't his best pass. Got a bit lucky there. Got a bit lucky there to say the least.
You take it
because these are these moments that we spoke about last week, those who remember, when he was playing against Ngiti and he got that unfortunate goal he conceded with the ball. He rebounded back through his defense. He couldn't switch and he conceded. And I said then that luck always comes and goes, and this is a moment of the luck going your way. Smarty's right there with Hullet. He gives a little laugh because he knows it is what it is, but that's the perfect way to look at it. You get a little laugh and you just move on because there's nothing you can do about that. You're in the passing lane with Hullet. It's bounced off him. It's gone to R9 and you score. But what you can't do here is let that make you lose your focus and concede again.
Exactly right. And Dylan looking to get straight back on the attack. Back stick, and he's found the back of the net straight away with R9.
Great start from Dylan. Great little hesitation there. Boral, L1 cross back post with the height. Harlan gets to it, and it's a simple knock across. And just as I was saying that if you're Fighty, you cannot let that kind of initial unlucky goal just kind of leads momentum. He's doing that, and I mean, it's a great knockback from Harlan because it's in a situation where it's really hard to kind of clear it when it's in the air in the game. You ideally want that to be knocked down to the ground. It's much easier to clear. But just, I mean, it's great hesitation there from Dylan, because a lot of people would have maybe driven it across instead of just putting it back in the back stick for Haaland. Now, a bit of a mountain to climb already, because I would say, there's plenty of time, which there is, but we've seen these games tonight. They've been very close and low scoring between top players.
As you said, it's keeping you mentally. It's such a big part of the game, and I guess how did you kind of keep yourself mentally strong when you take these sort of positions where you go 2-0 down early on and trying to you make a silly mistake? I guess what do you think? What's going through your mind when you're trying to just empty it out of your head and sort of continue to sort of play your usual game? It's difficult.
Yeah, it's definitely difficult, but I think you just got to remind yourself, especially with these 9-minute halves and just the different format of the game this year. You've got so much time, and it's really important just to kind of get your foot on the ball and get comfortable on it. Naturally, we all feel much more confident when we have possession on FC, and Fardy would be no different. He doesn't want to be in this situation right now where he's defending and Dylan's spinning around and almost not toying with him, but just building his attack slowly. He wants to be the one doing this, and to do that, you have to build up. So he needs to defend well here. Great step from Van Dijk, but this is weird. You can't lose the ball there with Haaland. He's got to hold on to it. He's getting step over there, cancelled. Red time cancelled there from Dylan. That was actually quite techy, but it just kind of turned back into trouble. This is what I mean. He's going to try and attack quickly because the space is there, but if you don't get that force through, you just build more and more pressure. And this happened in the game against Mark as well, where he had that early start, but it didn't matter because he invited pressure by quick attacks over and over again. And if he defends well, he defends well, but it's hard to defend against these top caliber players to really absorb pressure. So if I'm here, I'm looking to get my foot on the ball, if I can see this attack out, but Mbappe's in the ball here in the box.
Oh,
wow. La Croqueta. That was clean from Dylan. As Fardy nearly gives away a ball again, that would have been clean from Dylan. And he's really, I wouldn't say showing us up, but he's letting people know I'm still here. This has really been a really good 20 minutes here from Dylan.
He's really struggling to get out of his own half, Fardy, but every time he seems to win the ball back, he's just turning it straight back over to Dylan, and Dylan straight back on the attack. Just, as you said, Marcus, I think you just need to try and just get a foot on the ball, try and keep possession at least for a little bit, and just try and work your way in. But Dylan's
on
back
fire.
in again, 3-0.
He's on fire. He's on fire, Mitch. That whole play right there, I was about to say, Fardy's been a bit slow with the switching there, tracking the run. It was only two real threats there, Theo Hernandez and then Mbappe, and he was a bit slow tracking the run. He was being reactive instead of proactive switching there. He just kind of let himself get pushed back. When Theo had the ball there was only one run that was right there, and it was Mbappe, and he didn't track it. So this has been a really slow start. Yeah, unlucky first goal, but the second goal was just, great, mostly great from Dylan. But that third goal, a lot of it's on Fardy there because he just didn't switch quick enough, didn't step. And now, we said he had a mountain to climb at 2-0, but it's not even about the score, it's about the way the game's going. It's about, he needs to go back into what he was doing, which is getting his fullback forward and pushing the pace down that left-hand side with Theo Hernandez and Mbappe, but he hasn't even gotten down there once.
Almost seems like a complete different player to the one we watched against Mark 11 earlier on in the night. Just really, I think that first goal just really rattled him. He's really struggling to do anything. Do you make a change now? How long do you keep going like this?
This is a big chance here for him. He needs to try and get a cut back here because Haaland's not the best on the ball, but he gets down the line. Intercepted by Van Dijk. Yashin picks it up and Dylan can reset here. It's not really a change necessarily needed. It's maybe a bit too early, but definitely thinking to yourself, you need to attack. If you're going to attack, you need to attack like that. Big win from Tabilla here. Can he keep it? He can. You need to attack like that quick, and he's really good with the play lock, as you can see with Fardy, but if he gets stopped, he needs to, there we go, Theo needs to get on the ball, needs to go up against Grant and try and win that 1v1 duel, which he's lost then, and now Haaland's through. This is the problem, his defense has been all over the place. He steps with his centre-back, Haaland is through here, Van Dijk has to cover both spaces. I wonder if Dylan's going to shoot this, he is.
Oh, what a save.
Great save from Czech. Dangerous corner here as well, because I know Dylan will definitely have something up his sleeve. Haaland's been locked on, he wins that header, Czech comes out. Luckily for Fardy, he's under pressure still. Hook gets the ball, Sevo boost. Could be a foul. Shot cancels. The KDB finesse. Czech saves again. Fardy needs to turn back here and just hold the ball. He shouldn't play that player lock. He needs to just build up here because
he just can't get out.
He can't get out, truthfully. He can't get out. You've got Grant winning headers over Mbappe potentially, but it's more so just about he needs to just try and get his foot on the ball and keep it away from Dylan. And he can't.
He's really struggling to create anything. Dylan's just snuffing every attack out with ease. Could be in again.
This is the Dylan we talked about here. Just great defense, just really great attacks, and he's been very, very technical inside the box. Maybe too technical almost, but that kind of technical ability in the box in this kind of game where Fadi is defending a bit scared, it's going to pay off eventually. That's unlucky. Van Dijk should have been there to intercept that.
It's delightful.
It is delightful, but as you see, Dylan's put the hands up there because that is an extremely unlucky goal, arguably more unlucky than the first one because Dylan did pass it into him and it went straight back to him. It's a nice little extra pass into low-driven finesse finish, but I mean, that's just a bit of insult to injury there because Fadi's probably thinking to himself, I deserve to be maybe 2-0 down, maybe 3, but not 4, especially the way he's considered his goals. As we see this replay here, it's a nice extra pass to Mbappe and no chance for the keeper, but you can see Dylan here, he's just put his hand up because, you know, it's one of those ones where you hit the solo celebration because we've all been there on the other side where you concede a goal like that and it's not a nice feeling.
Definitely, but I think the way Dylan's played, you really can't say he doesn't deserve it. Even if he didn't deserve that goal, I really feel like he's easily going to get a couple of more goals here, even before the halftime whistle. It would not surprise me if we get another.
Yeah, this has just not been a great performance from Fadi in terms of his attack as well. Like his defense has been okay for the most part, but it's his attack that's really been lackluster. He hasn't looked dangerous at all. He's attacking at so much speed, like he's almost in a rush, and Dylan's here again, just absolutely toying with him. R9 picks up the ball, reverse Elastico, Green, yeah. World-class stuff.
Silky.
From Dylan. 5 up in 40 minutes, spinning with the left stick, known for his left stick dribbling. Gets his back to goal, downwards action, reverse Elastico to get that boost. Green beams, no chance for Czech, who's trying his absolute best for Fadi, and this is a demolition job. This is this kind of game where I was almost backing in Fadi to be that guy who's outside the best of the rest, but he showed against Mark and he showed against McGeady that, yeah, maybe he's got what it takes to compete, but if you can't consistently do it, and not even just that, but you get blown out like this, then it's a bit demoralising.
5-0, nearly at half-time. As you said, Marcus, is keeping yourself in a strong sort of mental state to try and get yourself back into this game now, but 5-0 at half-time, I'm not sure what you can sort of tell yourself to try and get yourself back into it.
Well, it's more of this for sure, Mitch. It's more of this kind of attacking because there's nothing you can do about those goals you conceded, but you're always going to have a chance to be on the ball on FC. All right, someone's not going to be able to hold the ball against you forever. So every time you get the ball is another chance to attack and to attack in a better way and to press. It's a great press there from Fadi. Plays that way to Davila. Bullet's getting the ball. It's a bit of a slow step of a boost, but he gets lucky and gets it back to Haaland. Davila recycles to KDB. I think he's going to switch it out to Hernandez and probably cross to Haaland. Back stick, he does. Haaland's going to get up here. Doesn't get up. Is he going to win that though? 46 minutes, he keeps it in him. He has to go forward potentially. He can't really go back. It's an unlucky time to call there because that would have been a corner, but we would have been hitting 47 minutes. And Fadi's kind of just staring down, just thinking. It's one of those ones where you definitely want to take this full 90 here to try and adjust something.
I think he's just shocked in terms of what's just happened. As I said earlier, it's such a positive performance against Mark 11, but Dylan has just been on absolute flames. We were talking about him wanting to create a big statement. He's made a big statement tonight. 11-1 against Paddy, and now a big performance. 5-0 up at half-time against Fadi. But some of the goals, obviously a couple there, maybe a little lucky, but that last one with R9 was just absolutely majestic. Reverse Elastico, green timed finish. Everything's just working well for him now.
Yeah, he's been on fire, and this is, I don't want to say it, but it's a bit of a redemption game for Dylan in terms of because these two did match up in the FC Pro Open OCE qualifiers late last year. Fadi did get the better of Dylan, which ended up getting him to the land. Dylan got pushed to the loser bracket and then eventually lost to Nagidi. So a little bit extra as Fadi gets a chance. One more extra pass to Davila. Green, but straight at the keeper.
Had to take the chance there.
It's better build up though. It's better build up though. That's the thing. You can do nothing about those 5 goals. Yes, you can try and defend better, but it's really hard against a top player, especially when Dylan's attacking at this press and this level. but you can defend better and you can attack better. As when he wins the ball here, KDB can go up against Dylan's fellow KDB. I think he's going to go middle and try and recycle this out to his left back here. Here it is. He's going to go for the cross. I doubt it. Play lock cancel into Mbappe. Step of a boost. Doesn't get the best animation. Rio comes across to stop that. But it's better. It's better from Fadi. It's better from Fadi. He just needs a goal to maybe, okay, like I can score in this game. Like maybe I can get some kind of comeback going.
It's almost like just starting from scratch. I mean, I know in my football career, I've been on the end of a couple of hidings at half-time, and it's almost you just got to tell yourself it's 0-0. Try and win the second half. Just try and improve at least for the second half performance, and then it's something you can kind of work on for next week, just to get your confidence back up and start afresh.
100%. Score update in the other game here. We've got 3-0 to Melbourne City and Mark 11 at halftime. As Dylan making it 6 here. Poor giveaway from Fadi in his own half. You can't do that, especially in that 4-3-2-1 setup, where you've got your players overlapping, your fullback overlapping. Dylan's front three still in position. And of course, Mbappe is there just to finish it. No chance for Czech. Tried his best. And it's just, it's not great for Fadi here because, as Nate was saying, like, yes, he had great performances, but he did lose those games. And now he's losing quite heavily. The goal difference is taking a bit of a beating as well, which is going to matter when you're in that kind of outside the top 4 kind of situation. Your goal difference is going to matter. So I'm not saying you can go into some ultra defensive or obviously trying to win, but you need to show some attacking prowess. You need to get into your habits of your good habits, at least for next week. You need to give yourself a bit of confidence.
Oh yeah, I think as you said with Noah in the last game, it's worrying signs, I guess, when you're playing 18 minutes of FC and you're kind of struggling to at least score a goal. Obviously, we've got a bit of time left here, but certainly worrying times if you're unable to score. It's just really really hard to sort of see after the first game against Mark 11. I really thought we were going to get a pretty close game here in this one, but it's just definitely not been the case.
Yeah, definitely not. I think it's something very interesting here. Hold on. Fadi gets a little bit of a chance here. Mbappe's going to receive the ball here. Turns into Grant, though. Gets tackled, but something very interesting with Dylan's setup here is that he has Haaland obviously at right forward like everyone, but he chooses to bring Haaland back on defense. So Haaland ends up tracking your left back, which is the left back that pretty much every player is using to press forward in the overlapping 4-3-2-1. So it makes it much harder to break Dylan down because it's hard to switch the ball because of Haaland's height, and it's obviously hard to outrun him. So he has to get the ball to Mbappe. This is the potential mismatch for Fadi, but as you see, Haaland's there back defending. You can't really dilly-dally on the ball. And before that, the whole team's back. So nice little interesting tactical choice from Dylan there. I think it's definitely going to work in his favour. Theo gets the ball down the line here. A little bit of R1 dribbling. Mbappe, giddy cancel. Great defending from Van Dijk. I wish he would turn. I think he had a chance to turn back and maybe choose a side, maybe with a scoop turn or something. But it's still better attack. It's just good defence.
Definitely. Yeah, I just feel like he's just lacked his confidence. I think those first 2 goals really shattered Fadi, and he's just hasn't been able to respond, which is it's worrying, very worrying for me.
Yeah, this is better though. Again, he's getting Mbappe into the positions. It's a telegraph pass, but he does get lucky and get it back. Now he needs to take his time here. This is a great combo play here. Van Dijk just didn't follow the run of R9 and actually just stayed and stepped. But Dylan makes a bit of a mistake here. Great save from Yashin. That's the speed of Yashin that you don't get maybe from the other keepers. But a bit of giveaway again from Dylan. One more pass. There should be a goal. Mbappe doesn't shoot. Dylan shocked, surprised. Fadi not happy. So
2 attempts. 2 attempts where he should have got a goal.
Dylan hits a hard fake shot with Rhea. I'm not sure if he meant to do that. Probably cancelled it and hit the hard fake shot. But he gets lucky, keeps the ball. Great switch to Theo. And he's on now again. He's going to play that through.
It's just been a little bit sloppy from Dylan, I think, the last minute or so here. Really,
he's taking his foot off the gas.
Yeah, he has. Really sloppy.
Not saying it's going to let Fadi back into the game, but you definitely, from a competitor's point of view, need to think about goal difference, need to think about taking advantage when you're on top. And this is a great example of a game where Fadi's maybe a little mentally checked out because he knows he probably can't come back. As he gives the ball away again, but gets it back. And it's
3 times he's been lucky.
Yeah, it's one of these games where, okay, you're playing better for sure, but you're getting a little bit of luck. Let's take full advantage here. You know, I say to say, but let's get to 10. And then here comes the pause from Vardy, which is probably too little too late, but he maybe wants to make some subs or make some tactical changes. This is the battle he needs to win, but he hasn't gotten past Grant all game.
Ryan Grant played with him and against him many a time. He's a strong right back, holding strong against Kylian Mbappe. Not something you say often. To be fair, I think Sydney FC actually did play, I think, PSG in a friendly, maybe it was 2020, I think. Can't remember the score exactly, but I do know, I'm pretty sure Mbappe did play in that game.
That's great knowledge there. I mean, there'd be no shame in getting spun a couple of times by Kylian Mbappe in real life. And
I think we've seen it in the World Cup a couple of times against Australia as well.
Yeah, he's different. But it's also one of those things that these players, when you in FC, yes, of course you've got these superstar players, and then you have a couple of A-League players in, and everyone thinks, oh yeah, let me get at them, let me run at them. But it's not all that. It's not all that. It's not as easy as you might think. These players can hold their own. The players obviously piloting them are really good.
That's it, the difference. I mean, most people think, you can just literally just knock it and sprint past them because they can't move because they're A-League players. But as you said, it's the players controlling them. They know how to position them. They know their strengths.
Spidey gets a short corner here. He's brought on Ferland, Mendy for Teo Naz, I assume. Hansen as well into his left forward position like he did. Into De Villa. Great move there.
Go on, then.
Get up. Doesn't get up there. Mbappe wanted that for Haaland. And we're seeing signs of life here for Vardy, but it's just too little too late. I think for his sake, he just wants to score a goal just so I could score this game.
Yep.
And as you've said, Dylan's second half here, the last 15, 20 minutes in games, is not being great. He's giving Vardy a chance to score, and I think before you know it, Vardy will score, but it's stiff attack there. Didn't step over a boost, didn't sprint into space, and now Dylan messes to R9, who's been brought on. R9 Borol. R9 keeps going. Great save from Czech. But I think Dylan now with these subs is going to look to put a couple more in, try and up his goal difference. But this has been an absolute masterclass from Dylan. That first 20, 30 minutes in game was unbelievable. As Thierry Henry hits the Elastico near post. Vardy's check has been unbelievable. I know he's copped 6 goals, but he's been great.
Fantastic save. Definitely the best keeper in the game for me.
Player lock. He was onside there still because Grant was holding him onside. This is another big chance for Vardy here because he's gotten past the right back. He's going to get the centre back switch open. That's a pen. Here he's come across with the arm. He was kind of shielding him off, but where is Vardy going to put this pen?
Top left.
I know Vardy does like a bottom left penalty.
Ooh.
I meant bottom left, not keeper's left, so I'm not going to take credit for that one. He does tuck it away. He's trying to pick the ball up.
He's just making sure it's definitely gone in.
Yeah, he's trying to make sure that counts for 2 maybe.
Yeah.
Get it to 6-2. But hung with a little celebration here, and it's just he's a little disappointed with himself, but I think Dylan's just checked out a little bit this game. He's just happy with his performance. He's not thinking about too much about goal difference, but it's one of those ones, we've all been there when I was, competing. It's just, I should have gone harder. Why didn't I just keep pushing it? Pushing the tempo. My second half really wasn't great, and hopefully it doesn't come back.
I think that's where it just kind of comes into, I guess instilling it in yourself, kind of having the drive and pride in yourself to continuously keep going, and I guess having that ruthless mentality to not take your foot off the gas. You can't, I know everybody's mates and stuff, but end of the day, you're representing your A-League club.
Yeah, you need to take advantage, and he's trying to do that now. Mbappe holding off Ruud Gullit into the green beams. And that's what I mean, that kind of goal, that's probably his best attack we've seen in a good 25 in-game minutes, and I think that penalty just kind of, okay, let me sit forward in terms of the game of me. Let me sit forward here and try and get a couple more. For me, personally, as a player, ex-player, I would always, if I got to 6 that early as doing, I'm thinking, can I get to double digits?
Oh, yeah.
Because, it's one of those things that you don't really hit double digits usually in one game. So I mean,
I guess it's setting yourself challenges, isn't it? Like, let's get to 10. Maybe let's try something different. Let's bring a different player on.
Yeah. And
make use of your time, I guess, while you're playing in this competitive setting on the broadcast. Prove a point to the other players that I am the man.
Exactly. You want to send a message, especially when someone looks like Fardy has gone a bit all out. There's plenty of chances here to score. He's brought this Thierry on. Does have 5-star skills. Hits the byline, cuts back again. A little bit of left stick dribbling there. Trying to hit a cancel. Got tackled. He's just going towards the qualifier here. This Fardy is using the second man press to squeeze him out. It's good defending from Fardy. Haaland's going to get the ball. Nice little play lock again. Fardy's play locks have been good, and then Mbappe does get through. I'm expecting a tackle here, and Van Dijk with that catch-up speed is him. But yeah, the play locks have been good. Maybe the one shining point of Fardy's attack, but it was just a really poor first half from him, to be honest. It's just something that he's going to have to, I want to say, just not look at, but you need to go back and look at that as a player and see.
You've got to analyse it, don't you? Sometimes it's not pretty to watch, but as you said, if you don't go back and watch it, you're not going to improve, are you? It's one of them.
Haaland's offside, I think. He's going off to celebrate his second in the 7-1 loss, but he was offside there. And Dylan's going to go for one more last attack. He needs to get over the halfway line. Thierry with a little reverse step over to Furlan. Mbappe is back stick. I wonder if he's going to cross it. This would be... No, hits Thierry. Ball roll. Set the defender. Mbappe, he wanted to take that touch inside. Gets the ball back with Messi.
8.
He times that as well. Little fist bump from Dylan. It gives him the ears, and that's... I'm telling you, man, this was one of those games Dylan was looking at it because he lost that game to go to that FC Open to Fardy, and he hasn't had a chance for redemption until now. So... I mean, it's one thing, redemption though, but he's really sent a message to everyone. Saying, like, I'm still here.
Sent a big message. And as I said, Fardy's performance against Mark 11, that really kind of, I think, almost him sending his own message out to people that he was sort of up there with the second best in the world. And Dylan's just absolutely dismantled, I guess, the confidence he could have taken from that match against Mark 11. His confidence is definitely going to have taken a hit in this match.
Yep, it's back to the drawing board.
It was a crazy game. I was a little bit worried that we're going to see a repeat of the Nagiti Noah, our round 5 that we had earlier. When I saw that the early goal come out from Dylan, I'm like, oh no, is this what happens every time there's a goal happen just before I sit down and get in my comfy seat to watch the game play out? And yeah, pretty much is exactly what we saw. The difference being is that Fardy at least able to get himself a goal on the board. Whilst it was a penalty goal, it's still there. It's still a point. It does make a little bit of a difference for that goal difference when we come down to it. But in saying that, Dylan then fought back with 2 goals of his own, Nate.
Yeah, you can see the frustration from Dylan with that penalty, and obviously he scored and whatnot. Hope, Nat, you got a few questions for Marcus after a few predictions today and talking up Fardy and whatnot.
Well, I'll save it in the back pocket for when
he's
the
sitting
leaderboard.
up, friends, just so you know. But all credit to Dylan, really. It was a man on song. We were saying that Nagini was spectacular tonight. Dylan is on a mission. It's not just about reputation. It's not about this or that. It's for him. That's the only person he's thinking about out there, in that he has these standards for himself that I know he wants to meet, but then also just challenges in his career. That's how he sees it. For some of these guys, I've been talking down their sort of application and their preparation. For him, this is his identity, if you like. This is what he does. Performance like that to end week 2. Identity has been founded, most certainly.
Yeah, I want to talk about formation again. It might be something that I'm harping on a little bit about, just because we have seen, Saad, I know that he likes his variation of 4-4-2 there, but we've also been seeing people changing up Marcus. We've talked through it notably how it's been the difference of, what was it, the 4-1-2-3 we saw earlier as well. Both these boys, neither of them actually had a big change up for their formation. So the fact that in 6 rounds that we've seen, they stayed true to the formations that we thought were going to be very predominant throughout this season, and they're not even looking at potentially trying to see what could work for them, especially Dylan, who's already 6-0 up. He didn't even try and go down that path, which when we talked to Mark earlier today, that's what he tried to do when he was up in his game.
Yeah, it's something that Dylan might have tried out maybe off stream, and he's already kind of worked that he doesn't like it. But I think it's one of those games where if you stay in your attacking formation and Vardy's going to press, it gives you more chance to score. Mitch and I were talking about it didn't really work out that way. He didn't have the best second half from Dylan, but his first half was unbelievable. I think the biggest things you're going to see is maybe tactical changes in where the players are positioned. For example, Dylan's one of the only ones that has Harden coming back on defense to help defend the left back, which is very uncommon, but it really nullifies the attack. It makes it much harder to switch the ball, much harder to run down the line. So Dylan sacrificed the left-hand side a little bit to cover his right-hand side, but I think those are the kind of little small changes that you'll see.
Yeah, I mean, that's how you end up being 8-1 in a game. So it's phenomenal from him. And with that win, we get to have Dylan on the stream. We get to have a chat with him now here. Dylan, congratulations. What an absolute phenomenal game. I mean, you pick up 2 wins today, both with great goal differences for yourself. So what happened today that was so different from last week, and how good does it feel to get those 2 wins?
Yeah, obviously the most important thing is to get both wins this week. Last week, I only won 1 game. Funnily enough, I actually think the game against Nageti last week, I played better than both of my games today. Today, my first game versus Paddy, he gave me the ball a lot in his own half, like a lot of mistakes from him. So I didn't do anything special, I don't think. That game kind of just blew out in the end. This game, I started off pretty fast, I think. I mean, I got lucky with 2 goals in the first half. I don't know, this game was funny because like I went into this day expecting to beat Paddy, and I was like, okay, this game's going to be tougher. I know I can win it. But I was expecting Fadi to be a lot better. I played him at the start of FC24, and he ended up beating me to go to London. So obviously he's a very good player. I think he was pretty poor in this game, to be quite honest with you. And that's more so a testament to like the level I know he can play at, rather than like trying to put him down at all. But I was expecting a much tougher game, to be honest with you, in this one.
Yeah. Do you think there was a little bit of, you really wanted to prove yourself? Maybe not so much revenge. That feels like a bit of a harsh word. But, you know, the fact that Fadi did beat you out earlier in this season, and now you're like, okay, we're in E-League. I really got to try and like assert my dominance here. And up against Fadi as well, being quite a tough opponent.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a funny couple of years, especially this year. Like, I went from 18 months winning everything, and the past, I guess, past 18 months, I've not won anything at all. So, I mean, I don't think my levels dipped heaps, to be honest with you, compared to back when I was winning everything. But there's like small margins that are just not kind of going my way at the moment. Previously I found a way to get over that, but I'm still like thereabouts. Whilst I'm not winning everything right now, like I do feel confident in myself. Like I'm kind of just doing my own thing, breezing, like going under the radar a little bit, because this is a long season. Like, yes, I did lose last week, but at the end of the day, as long as I make the playoffs, I put myself in with a chance to go to the World Championship, win the E-League. And then, yeah, I mean, it's just about hitting my peak at the very end there in the playoffs.
I want to know about learnings as well, because, you know, you came in, you were expecting to beat Paddy. You obviously got that. It was a really big goal difference too. Fadi not really being at that standard that you expected of him. How much are you taking away from games today? And we've also seen other players change up some of their formations and trial some different tactics in these official games. But we didn't see you do that at all, even when you did have a massive lead over Fadi. So where are you finding the learnings, and how are you working on those small margins to go potentially more in your favor in the future?
Well, I think first half there's a lot to take out of that. I was pretty good. I was pretty disappointed, to be honest, with my second half there. I had a period where I just kept giving the ball away. I didn't change anything in this game because I felt comfortable in the formation I was in. He wasn't too threatening down my right side. Marcus alluded to before, I use Haaland to come back, whereas most of the guys with the A-League player at right mid and defend 2 A-League players on the right. What you might see from me in like future weeks, in some of the closer games, if it's really a struggle, what I've been practicing with is taking off the A-League fullback, bringing on a proper fullback, and then bringing on another Sydney FC player up top. So I do have like variations, but today I felt pretty comfortable in how the game was going, so I didn't need to make any changes, I don't think.
Perfect. Well, I really appreciate you taking time, having a chat with us, Dylan, and congratulations on both wins today.
Thank you.
See ya. Dylan, always a fountain of knowledge, but he talked about, you alluded to it, Marcus, he gave us more information, Mitch, on exactly why no formation change-ups happened for him, and that he is still very prepared for what could potentially happen in future weeks up against other opponents.
Yeah, but I thought he was a little bit modest in terms of, I think he was excellent in that match. As you said, a couple of goals were lucky, but I think, the rest of them, some of them were absolutely majestic, as I was saying. But yeah, I think with Dylan, he kind of takes him a bit of time just to sort of build into his form. I think we've seen over the last couple of seasons, he's maybe had a bit of a shaky start. Not a shaky start, but not had the kind of results that he's sort of used to. And then as the season goes on, he really starts to kind of get into his groove, gets used to, he's sort of, I guess, finding his style of play. Yep. And then, he really starts to kick on. So I'm looking forward to kind of seeing where he is in the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, I mean, it's only week 2, but he's already had a phenomenal day today. He's scored 19 goals and only had 2 scored against him. Let's bring up our ladder actually to have a look at exactly how all of the games played out today, because my maths was right. So the 2 that Dylan played were just massive for him when it comes to goal difference. We talk about, at the end of the day, the goal difference could be what changes where you are in the ladder. I mean, his goal difference is phenomenal, so maybe not so much whether you're getting in or out of the gauntlet, but for everyone, every position really is important, and that's going to be a big one. We thought the Nagidi and Saad matchup, that was going to be the banger of the day. It ended up being a tie. It was an interesting play style that was coming out from both of them. The build-up was a little bit lackluster, but we were still treated to a lot of games that happened over these 6 rounds. You guys have had time now to look at these fixtures, and individually, does anyone have a game or a result that stood out as quite shocking, or, just I expected that?
I'll just put my hand up first real quick and say it's not a good day for Paddy. We're not expecting massive results against the likes of Dylan and Mark 11. To score 2, I'm going to watch him back, look at the players that were selected and see what can be learned, because we are now 2 weeks in, and I'm sure we'll see on that ladder. There's not a way out of that bottom 4 for him already, Marcus.
Yeah, it's not looking great, and you got Nugsy picking up his first win, you got Noah picking up his first win as well, and JMK, so 3 points on the board for those guys. But if you're not picking up points, like unfortunately Matt Bro with 2 1-goal losses here, it's not looking great after that initial first week for him.
And did you have any for yourself as well, Mitch, in the game results?
No, I agree with the boys. As I said, it's not looking good for Paddy, and obviously Mapro as well, especially with missing last week. He really would have been wanting to sort of come into this week and at least try and pick up a few points to try and kickstart his season, but definitely not the case. So I think for a couple of these guys, it's back to the drawing board this week and try and look to see where they can improve and go again next week.
Well, at the end of week 2, this is how our E-League ladder is shaping up. All the points that the players have for themselves. The notable changes that have happened is Dylan has gone up a slot for himself, and he's only 1 point behind Nagidi, who, with that draw, makes them very close to each other. Otherwise, Paddy moving down a little bit lower, and I hate to say it, but the bottom 5 changed up a little bit there, Nate.
Yeah, but it's Fardy that went back in. So if that's the only change that happens, then Marcus still holds some type of L. I'll be a happy boy. Shout out JMK King. I like what you said as well, Marcus, about the boys getting their first wins. Nugsy as well. There's some difficult fixtures today for Fardy, so I expect him to jump back out of there again. For your bottom 2 particularly, maybe I include Noah in there. It's rough. Imagine being 2 weeks in, having a look at that, looking at the games to come. There's just no easy outs this season.
That's the thing. I think with the matchups, Fardy is a great example of someone that's played against, I think, 3 of the top 4 already. So he's got his 1 win against, obviously, a not top 4 player. So he's hoping to go back up the ladder. Whereas I think a lot of these guys, as you said, are going to have really tough matches coming up. And now everyone's seeing how goal difference is impacting. Mm-hmm. I don't think you're going to see these people having second halves like you did with Dylan. You're going to see people pressing for goals.
I'll jump in real quick again, because Dylan as well, with goal difference, loser bracket, he's like, I don't mind as long as I get into the playoffs. That's got to be tongue-in-cheek. It's got to be absolute nonsense from him, because going through that bracket hasn't worked well for many competitors, let alone Dylan. He needs every goal. He needs to get through with a bye, whatever it takes, a top 2 spot.
Yeah. He's inching towards it. This week was fantastic to put him back on there. But, Mabro, I don't want to harp on it, but the silver lining is his goal difference didn't change too much. Positive or negative?
No. I spoke to him in the Twitch chat. He's going to get back on the sticks. He's going to play some friendlies this week, and he's just going to ramp up, but he knows, and I was speaking to him, he knows, time's basically all run out. You need to come in firing next week, and you need wins, and you need goals. So I think, look, he's basically made it as hard as possible for himself to get out of that gauntlet situation. So if he does it, this is going to be memorable.
I was going to say, that's the thing. Well, when you're all the way down the bottom, when it feels like there is no way out for you, if you do make it out, it is going to be something that we talk about for time to come. I like that you thought I was going to do a big old
Motivation.
speech there. Yeah, I feel like I had to give him a little bit of motivation after I kind of made a bit of a backhanded compliment.
Compliment sandwich.
Yeah, you'll notice as I get more comfortable throughout the season, there'll be a lot more of those compliment sandwiches, those backhanded comments coming some of the players' ways. But it was a phenomenal week number 2. Is there anything that you wanted to say quickly, Mitch, before we did say goodbye to everyone?
No, I think it's been a very enjoyable night. We've had some very good games, some top-end FC gameplay, should we say, but obviously the casuals that were watching, hopefully they've picked up a couple of tips from the pros tonight, and maybe they can implement it into their own weekend league or foot champs, as you like to say.
Even if you're 6-0 up, it's okay to not change your formation, guys. That's what I got from it as a casual viewer. As a Bible, but it's been an absolute pleasure to spend our Tuesday with you guys. And make sure you tune in next week, Tuesday, same time. Or if you are itching to watch some more FC 24, then on Monday you can catch the challenges. They start the same time that we do. That's 6 p.m. AEDT. You guys are still AEDT, right?
Just say like Aussie time, somewhere on the A's, and you'll catch up.
Somewhere in the 5 million time zones we have going on. You'll be able to catch some more FC 24, but we will see you guys next Tuesday, same time as always. Bye.
Need to head that. Thank you, Peter. Comes down nicely for Matt Baroba with time running out. Play on his side, as free as you like. Player in the middle as well. How's Sesto going to defend it? Back stick instead. Yes, please. That pause is coming in a little too late. This game is on.
Unbelievable switch, but Teo does win it. Mbappe on the ball again. He needs to score here, Fadi. Teo. He doesn't cross it. Mbappe. I want dribbling. Elastico. Oh, great goal from Vardy. And we're back here. Pressure's on for Mark. Into Mbappe, who's been the main man in this kind of hard. He's got the ball from the paint lock. Tries to force a pass. Doesn't work. Gets it back. I9 picks up the ball. Spins Maldini. And look at the sigh of relief. Side scratching his head. We've all been there.
Western City Wanderers, man, who last week when Western City in the A-League men's not having a great time, he was giving them plenty of reasons to smile. Shout out Nayla for giving us a few more. And what we saw last week, and what you can have again. A Morello assist, an R9 goal, and Nagidi up and running quick smart.
It's a good play from Nagidi.
Lovely pass inside as well. One of the passes of the day in what is quickly turning into one of the performances of the day. 5 of the best. We ain't done yet. Nagidi making up for lost time.